Honourable members, the Deputy Speaker.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? I call the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise this morning with an open letter to the government from 4,030 Australian healthcare professionals, doctors, nurses, midwives, pharmacists, paramedics, allied health workers, psychologists, dentists and physiotherapists who've asked me to call on the Albanese government for urgent action on the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza. I speak as much for them today, as much as a member of their community as I do as a member of this Parliament. The letter reads in part, as medical professionals dedicated to preserving life and health, we cannot remain silent in the face of the ongoing blockade that is preventing medical supplies, food and vital humanitarian assistance from reaching over 2 million people in desperate need. The health system in Gaza has collapsed. Hospitals are operating without adequate electricity, medication, surgical supplies or personnel. Children are dying of malnutrition and dehydration. Families are surviving without clean water, shelter or access to basic care. The UN has estimated that more than 1,000 healthcare professionals have been killed in Palestinian territories since 2023. All healthcare workers in Gaza have been displaced. We recognise the urgent efforts of humanitarian and medical organisations like the Palestinian Australian New Zealand Medical Association, PANSMA, which is working tirelessly under hideous conditions to provide life-saving assistance. Their ability to operate is severely hindered by restrictions on movement, access and supply chains. With my medical professional colleagues, I call on the Australian Government to immediately increase funding and logistical support to trusted humanitarian and medical organisations like PANSMA, to apply sustained diplomatic pressure to lift that blockade and to allow unimpeded delivery of essential medical supplies, food, water, fuel and shelter materials, to increase advocacy at the international level, including through the United Nations, for an immediate and permanent humanitarian ceasefire and the protection of medical workers and facilities in accordance with international humanitarian law, and to facilitate emergency relief corridors to allow for the coordinated large-scale distribution of humanitarian aid into Gaza. Deputy Speaker, health professionals are ethically bound to speak out when human life is threatened on such a scale. Bombing hospitals, targeting medical facilities and murdering medical professionals is a war crime. And so the medical professionals of Australia ask this government to act with the urgency and compassion that this crisis demands. We have to act now. Lives are depending on it.
And I call the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased to stand here today to share with the House that the Albanese Labor government in July has announced $76 million in funding for projects across the country that will help farmers to adapt to climate-smart, sustainable agricultural practices. The announcement included $1.8 million for the local North Central Catchment Management Authority based in my electorate of Bendigo. This $1.8 million will help our local farmers to adapt to introduce more creative ways in which to manage the impacts of climate change on their farm. My electorate is home to some of the most innovative and creative farmers in Australia. They have embraced the fact that they need to adapt their farming methods and find new ways to ensure that their farms are not only adapting and to climate change, restoring soil health quality, and at the same time continuing to be productive farms. I know that where we're at the moment with this particular grant process, that our Catchment Management Authority have called for expressions of interest and will soon advise the successful farms of whether they will be able to proceed with their projects. I'd also like to note in the time that I have remaining, Deputy Speaker, that we've recently had Aged Care Employee Day, an opportunity for all of us to visit an aged care facility in our electorate and to thank the amazing workers that keep older residents safe as well as caring in a compassionate way. I had the opportunity of visiting Bupa Bendigo. So not only did they have cake available, the residents there are big fans of cake, but it was also an opportunity to thank the many workers at their facility, some of whom have worked there for more than 25 years. It was an opportunity to thank them for their hard work and recognise their dedication. Every day, older Australians are living longer, and we want to make sure that they are living better. Investing in aged care is one way in which we can do that. Since coming to government, we have invested in ensuring that every residential aged care facility has a nurse 24/7. We've invested in wages, lifting the wages of people working as patient care assistants and in the sector, ensuring that our older Australians have the compassionate and care that they need. Finally, Deputy Speaker, I'd like to give a shout out to all our early childhood educators. Early Learning Matters Week ran from the 18th to the 24th, an opportunity to not only recognise our amazing early childhood educators, but the importance of early childhood education. We have over 70 early learning centres in the Bendigo electorate, and they are doing their bit to educate the next generation.
I call the member for Fowler.
The Deputy Speaker, in my office I often hear of heartbreaking stories of families torn apart by distance, desperate to be reunited before it's too late. As the member for Fowler, home to Australia's most multicultural and multi-faith community, I witness firsthand how family and partner migration visas are amongst the most emotionally charged problems our community faces. These aren't just statistics or case files. These are real people facing moments of crisis. We've heard of stories of families desperate to unite with their loved ones after years torn apart. Every case is a reminder that for many, the pain of isolation is deep and personal. One such story is that of my constituent, Kim. Kim is bravely fighting a terminal illness. Her doctors have told her family her time is heartbreakingly short. Yet Kim's father and younger brother is still in Vietnam, remain separated not by choice, but by red tape and visa backlogs. Despite our office's best efforts, writing urgent support letters, making phone calls, there are strict limits to what can be achieved on compassion alone. Even when it matters, it's a matter of life and death, visa processing for urgent cases can stretch for weeks or even months, robbing families of their chance for a final reunion. Sadly, Kim's story is not unique. Another family I represent lost their wife before a compassionate visa decision came through for a loved one overseas. The grief was compounded first by tragedy, then by bureaucracy. Deputy Speaker, these delays are not hypothetical. They are happening now with profound emotional and mental health consequences for our constituents. I do understand that Department must maintain proper process and respect the need for strong borders and thorough checks. But the unfortunate reality is that even compassionate or medical emergency provisions are plagued by wide variability in timelines. As of this year, family and care visas can take up to 8 years for process, and partner visas frequently require 12 to 24 months, sometimes longer when someone is dying. Any delay is a cruelty that system should not inflict. There has been progress. In 2025, the government began to streamline certain family and parent visas, introducing online lodgement and moving towards single-stage applications. This is a welcome step, but not enough for families caught in crisis. Compassionate and emergency visas cases need to be truly prioritised with dedicated staff and fast-track decision-making and clear guidance for everyone involved. No family should be separated by bureaucracy in the darkest hour. Let's act swiftly and humanely, Deputy Speaker, and I speak as a mother, daughter and wife and refugee. I know how deeply the ache of separation can run.
I call the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. One thing people might not realise about the far north is just how diverse the people that live there are. Obviously, we are very proud of our two ancient and distinct cultures, being that of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, whose languages, culture informs our design, even our slang. We also have many locals who are able to represent the diversity of the world right across far north Queensland. We've got people who can trace their lineage back to the First Fleet. We've got families who came across eager to take part in the gold rushes or to start the sugar industry. We have people whose relatives have fled to Australia after the World Wars. And we have a wide range of newer migrants coming from across the world. One of the proudest things I've ever able to do in the last year was attend the citizenship ceremonies in Cairns, to see the joy of those people who are becoming Australian. My beautiful partner Renee was one of them. And this is what Australia is. It's hope and opportunity. And why wouldn't you want to come to the far north? It's awesome. Now, while we have seen those fighting against multiculturalism, I am proud to say that the Cairns community has embraced our new arrivals. Just this year we've had Chinese New Year, Cinco de Mayo, the Indian Festival, Italian Festival, Greek Festival, Filipino Festival, Thai Festival. The list goes on. And at our recent Cairns Festival Parade, we have floats representing cultures from all over the world. I'm very proud of what we've achieved here in the far north. Recent developments, though, have left some of my constituents from diverse backgrounds a bit worried about their safety, and no one should feel unwelcome because of who they are. Our residents of Indian descent in particular seem to have borne the brunt of this anger and hatred, and that is not okay. And while Cairns was spared some of the ugly scenes that we saw in the capital cities featuring neo-Nazism, the Indian community did reach out to me for assistance. Prior to this, over the last few weeks, I've attended multiple celebrations of Indian culture in the far north. On the 17th of August, I attended the Hindu temple to celebrate Janmashtami, the birth of the Krishna. They spoke of love, of one people, of purpose in life being more than the search for material possessions. The following week, I attended the Cairns Indian Festival, hosted by Subhash Setri and the Global Organisation of People of Indian Origin. This was a celebration of the diverse nature of Indian cultures and brought around 10,000 people to learn, laugh and to celebrate what the Indian community has brought to the region. When our region has faced natural disaster, GoPio has always stepped up, providing food to volunteers, rescuers and victims. They did it during Jasper, and in the more recent flooding events, they headed down to Ingham. I was proud to stand with them and their community to celebrate. And last week I attended Onam, the Southern Indian celebration of the harvest. It is a Malayi tradition that also celebrates the return of King Mahabali, who was so loved that the gods were jealous and banished him to hell. But every year he returns to celebrate the harvest with his people. At each event I was struck by the care, the joy and the community spirit. I'm overjoyed that they have chosen to call Cairns and the far north their home. They make Australia better. And I say to those in my community who might feel scared or vulnerable during this time, please know you are welcome.
I call the member for Wright.
This weekend, when I return back to the electorate, I'll have the great pleasure of being part of the opening ceremony at the Bow Desert Shows, located in the middle of my electorate. It's probably one of the larger communities. A great day out, cattle, transport, agriculture, show bags. Kids bring their photos. The honey producers, the ladies bake. A typical outback regional show. What's not typical about it this year will be the conversations I have with those people who I represent. And I'm confronted by it time and time again when they ask me, what are you doing about electricity prices? Why aren't you holding those guys on the other side of the chamber you sit across down there in Canberra to account, because we were told that electricity prices were going to be cheaper? And I have to apologise to them, because I know it's hurting their family budgets. I know that electricity prices have gone up 39%. And I know that only 40% of the retail market goes to households. The remainder of the 60% of energy production goes into the manufacturing sector. So that's the cost of our fertilisers, the cost of tractors. You know, when you go into Woolworths and you buy those items on the shelf, every component of a tin of baked beans or a frozen food product has got a component of electricity tied to it. That has had an inflationary pressure on our economy, which has inhibited the Reserve Bank making decisions to give rate relief quicker than they would have. Mr. Speaker, there is not an original farm in my electorate of which the largest contributor to GDP is agriculture. There is not an original farm on my place that has not or does still not have a windmill on it. Southern Cross windmills are celebrating 150 years here in Australia. They're situated in my electorate. So I won't be told by the richest postcodes in our country that we need to have an environmental conscience, that we need to be doing more to accept renewables. We are the early adopters of renewables, and when those windmills collapsed, we replaced them with solar pumps. But we didn't do it because we had a burning desire to save the environment, because we did it because we had a burning desire to save our wallets. It was the most efficient type of energy. Unfortunately, renewables are far too expensive at the moment. It's a conversation this place needs to have about helping the people of Brighton.
I call the member for Spence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently, I had the pleasure of welcoming a young trailblazer into my office, Emma Britton-Jones. A Year 10 student from Edmund Rice Flexi School, Elizabeth, joined my electorate office for a week and a half of work experience. And if I'm right, they'll be listening right now to this speech. During her time with us, I asked her to write a speech for me to present to Parliament about something she considers important, and these are her thoughts. Education and mental health for young people is important in the electorate of Spence. I would like to begin by saying that the future of education faces uphill challenges. The way students learn is not the same as it was 10 years ago. Not all students learn the same way, and because of this, we need to help our teachers to be better equipped to educate students that receive information differently. I would like to add that phones or devices made for music should be allowed under the right circumstances in schools. For some young people, it helps them focus and learn. Without these, students can find it hard to fully engage in the classroom and can fall behind in their learning. Furthermore, we need to maintain free mental health services for young people. Statistics show that 402 young people aged 15 to 24 die each year because of suicide, a number that we need to lower and these free services aim to do. Nearly 2 in 5 young Australians experience a mental health disorder, and 20% of teens experience depression before reaching adulthood. Our young people are crying out for help, and it should be a top priority of the government to support them. Well, Emma, thank you for your thoughtful words and speaking on behalf of yourself and your peers. I hope the time working alongside us in my office gave you an understanding of the work of a member, of myself, of Parliament, in the electorate, and an insight to the work you may want to do after school. Your contribution during your time with me has been invaluable, from helping with social media, speech writing, like most of this one, and other tasks that keep the office moving, to the bigger moments of engaging with the community, like welcoming many of my colleagues, such as the Speaker of the House and the Deputy Prime Minister of Australia, to Spence. It was clear you approached each opportunity with curiosity, respect and a willingness to learn. I look forward to our future catch-ups and seeing how you are going with your schooling and your journey towards greatness. I hope you had a great time with us, and with a little luck, you may consider joining Young Labor as part of your future journey towards politics. All the best, and thank you.
I call the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, a week's a long time in politics, and we live in interesting times. After 2 days of sustained questioning in Parliament, the Coalition forced the Albanese Labor government to very belatedly release tens of thousands of home care packages for older Australians who have been left waiting for far too long. Now, Labor promised 83 new packages from the 1st of July 2025, but instead decided to withhold this support despite the sector and the department being ready to deliver them. Now, because of Labor's delays, not a single new home care package has been released this financial year. And as a result, the priority wait list has blown out to more than 108,000, a 400% increase in just 2 years, while wait times have tripled. And tragically, Deputy Speaker, almost 5,000 older Australians died in the past year while waiting for their home care packages. Thanks to a coordinated pressure campaign from the Coalition, led by Shadow Health and Aged Care Minister Senator Anne Ruston in the Parliament, the government has caved to pressure and will agree to the immediate release of 20,000 home care packages. And this is despite the government voting against this requirement in the Senate earlier in the day. It's a huge win for older Australians, and these older Australians who built this country desperately needed this assistance and they weren't getting it. We were asking question after question of the minister. He wasn't answering the questions. I was even disciplined for interjecting to try and get an answer out of him, but it was worth it because we forced Labor to at least start doing the right thing, which is to release these home care packages. Now, we expect the government's decision to now support the release of 20,000 home care packages by the end of the year. We want the full 83 promised by the end of this financial year, and we want it as soon as possible. And when I say we want it, we, people who represent and are fighting for these older Australians who built this country. People ask, what can you achieve in opposition? Well, this week, the Coalition achieved something in opposition. It held the government to account. It called out a minister who was delaying what should have been released to the Australian people, to older Australians, and at least some of those aged care packages are going to go out the door immediately. There needs to be more. But if we hadn't piled on the pressure, this government would not have released those home care packages until November the 1st. It's a government that's very good at campaigning, not so great at governing, and needs to lift its game in implementation. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call the member for McNamara.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker. And if you know about Albert Park, you'd know that we are home to the Grand Prix, and we put our magnificent electorate of McNamara on show to the world, and thousands of people come and enjoy our wonderful parklands. But for the local people of McNamara, of Albert Park, South Melbourne, Port Melbourne, St Kilda, Middle Park and all of the different surrounding suburbs, what we know about Albert Park is that's the home of our community sport. It's where we go and spend our weekends to play basketball, to play football, soccer, to play baseball, to play rugby. Albert Park is the home of badminton, of table tennis, of swimming, of gym. It is a place where people go, but it is also home to sailing, Acting Speaker. And we were so proud at the 2019 election to invest $5 million in upgrading community sport infrastructure in Albert Park. And the way we did that was not based on political views of what we wanted to invest in, but rather what the community needed, Acting Speaker. So we partnered with Parks Vic, and as part of their master plan, we identified all of the different projects that were really necessary to improve access to the park, to ensure that young girls can and women can have better access to better facilities, appropriate facilities, increased participation, and especially also to make sure that they are accessible for the entire community. We are in the process of finishing this fantastic set of works that are improving lighting for local sporting clubs, including the South Melbourne Women's Football Club. We're improving change room access. We're building women's change rooms in a couple of different spots around the park, and we are upgrading facilities as well. But I also had the absolute privilege of joining the Albert Park Yacht Club and the Albert Park Sailing crew down at the pontoon where they joined the principal of the Albert Park College for the launch of our new pontoon. And what this means, thanks to our investment in upgrading the pontoon and the entry point into the lake, is that all of those public school kids who get to participate in this fantastic program of giving access to sailing on our beautiful Albert Park Lake now have disability access. It's easy to get in and out of the water, it's safer, and more people can get in and out in a way that promotes more participation in this fantastic sport. I've been out on the water. It is absolutely magnificent to be there in the middle of Melbourne. But what's really important is there for the community. And for Albert Park College as one of the major users of this sailing facility, we are so proud to support the students to be able to access this upgrade. So whether it's new lighting, improvements to the pontoon, new change rooms, we are upgrading the community infrastructure because the community of Albert Park and the surrounding suburbs are the one that really matter, and we want to make sure they've got the best facilities possible.
Call the member for Parkes.
Deputy Speaker, while those on the other side of the chamber were busy planning a trip to Sweden and to UK, one of my constituents, a 16-year-old, I'll call Maddie, from Dubbo, with a diagnosis of cerebral palsy, will not get the support she needs to transition to her new school. Maddie is one of the real-life regional Australians whose life will be impacted because of the recent changes to the National Disability Scheme. Changes to Section 33 of the NDIS Act that came into effect earlier this year meant funding for each person needs to be staggered across the year. But clearly, life doesn't work that way. Sometimes all of the expenses and the requirements come at once. While Maddie has enough sessions approved to assist her, she can't access half of her sessions until after she starts at her new school. That means no timely training for her support staff. This is an example of those changes being made behind a desk a long, long way from rural, regional and remote parts of New South Wales, homes of the people who desperately need these services. Deputy Speaker, a trip to Narromine or to Lightning Ridge or to Dunedoo by a caring and qualified allied health worker seems a very small price to pay when funds are available for business class trips to a cosmopolitan capital of Stockholm. These are children and adults who have no option but to rely on the NDIS. They don't have the services available locally. They would have to spend many, sometimes painful hours and considerable expenses to travel to visit a service. Some need a specially modified vehicle that's not available. Once there, they don't get the same tailored advice and assistance they would receive at home. Drastic cuts to the travel allowance have meant that dedicated service providers who have visited clients in regional and remote areas for many years, who have helped children communicate at school, who have helped people access community services and generally made many, many more lives livable, will have to stop. Some of them have told me they can't sleep at night, worried about the choice between a viable business and clients that need them. Already, some have made the difficult but necessary decision to cease services in some areas. In the city, where services are a short distance away, some of these changes might not mean much. But to a parent in a remote Western New South Wales area whose child already faces so many challenges, they are heartbreaking. These changes to the NDIS have been made without consultation with service providers and without consultation with the people who absolutely rely on their help. Deputy Speaker, the NDIS is a vehicle, the only vehicle that provides absolute essential services to people in need. Those people deserve care, they deserve practical, affordable assistance, and they deserve to be listened to before the decisions that weigh so heavily on their lives are made.
I call the member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Over the weekend, I had the privilege of joining our community in Corrimal for a commemoration of the Vietnam War and to pay tribute to the courage and sacrifice of our veterans. The arrival of two iconic Huey helicopters at the Corrimal Rangers football ground was one of the most powerful moments of the day. For veterans, their sound and sight brought back strong memories of their service. These helicopters were a constant presence in Vietnam, transporting troops, evacuating the wounded and supporting operations in dangerous conditions. Their landing reminded us of what so many went through and gave the community the chance to connect more directly with that history. This year marks 50 years since the end of the Vietnam War. It is an important milestone and one that asks us to pause, to remember and to honour the more than 60,000 Australians who served. They did so with bravery and commitment, in conditions that tested every part of them. Yet when they returned home, they did not always receive the recognition or the respect that they had earned. This commemoration also carried special significance for our region, as it was the final event for the Vietnam Veterans Association of the Illawarra. For decades, this organisation has been a voice for local veterans, providing mateship, advocacy and remembrance. Their contribution has been immense, and while this chapter closes, their legacy will continue through the Corrimal RSL sub-branch. We remembered Warrant Officer Kevin Dasher Wheatley, VCMG.
In Vietnam, when his mate was badly wounded, Dasher refused to leave him. He stayed at the cost of his own life. That decision remains one of the most powerful examples of Australian mateship and courage, and it is why he was awarded the Victoria Cross. It was an honour to acknowledge Dasher's wife Edna, his son George and their family, who have carried the weight of his sacrifice. Their story reminds us that service does not only affect those who wear the uniform, but also the families who live with it every day. Veterans, families, cadets, scouts, emergency services and local organisations all stood side by side on Sunday. And I want to thank the Corrimal Rangers Football Club, the Vietnam Veterans of Australia Illawarra Sub-Branch, the Corrimal RSL Club, the Corrimal RSL Sub-Branch, Corrimal Fire and Rescue 269, the New South Wales Police Force, the 1st Bulli Scout Group, the 1st Russell Vale Scout Group, Scouts New South Wales and the Historical Aircraft Restoration Society Aviation Museum Park. They all came together on the day and each played an important role in ensuring the commemoration was safe, respectful and memorable. And I also acknowledge the Vietnamese community in Wollongong for their leadership on the day and for their ongoing work in recognising their heroes and building remembrance in our region.
Call the member for Hinkler.
Deputy Speaker, as the newly elected federal member for Hinkler, I will fight for all of those across my diverse electorate. As an election commitment, I pledge to do everything in my power to deliver a Hervey Bay electorate office, an essential service for my community. The very first official correspondence I sent following my successful election was a letter to the Special Minister of State seeking permission for an office to be established in Hervey Bay. I'm excited to confirm approval has been granted and a location in Pyalba has been locked in. There are 62,000 constituents in the southern area of Hinkler, from Aldershot, Torbanlea, Howard, Burham Heads, Pacific Haven, Toogoom, River Heads and the major centre of Hervey Bay. And I very much look forward to an official opening at this office in the coming weeks. Deputy Speaker, too many lives are being lost on our roads. In my electorate, I'm sad to say the statistics are among the worst in Queensland. The Wide Bay district, which includes Bundaberg and Hervey Bay, has recorded the highest number of road crash deaths this year, 31 lives lost. That, Deputy Speaker, is 11 more than the same time last year. Queensland's Road Safety Week was held in August, urging motorists to drive to survive. I spent 23 years as a police officer and I saw firsthand the unimaginable impacts of road crashes. Police are doing all they can with the resources they have, but driver behaviour must change. I commend the Queensland LNP State Government for supporting the Road Safety Week initiative, and I acknowledge the State Member for Burnett, Stephen Bennett, for working alongside me to spread the important message of road safety. Deputy Speaker, my home of Hinkler is one of the most famous food bowls in the nation. Starting this Friday, for 10 days, locals and tourists will enjoy the annual Bundaberg Taste Festival. It will showcase the finest local produce from our farms, freshly caught seafood, and celebrate the world-class makers, processors, retail and hospitality businesses who put Bundaberg on a plate or in a glass. Taste offers a huge lineup of events, including the Mayor's Ball. The gala will raise funds for the Bundaberg Region Mayor Helen Blackburn's Christmas appeal, supporting some of our amazing local charities and those community residents in need. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to applaud the local media in my electorate of Hinkler for helping me spread the word about democracy and how civics work in all three levels of government, and for letting the people of Hinkler know what's happening in the Parliament while I'm here in Canberra. A special mention to the eloquent and engaging Jacob and Elle from Triple M. They've even introduced the famous Batman theme to play when I'm jumping on the radio. I hope they tune in right now and invite me back on air very soon. Thank you.
I call the member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. TAFE is at the heart of skills and training in Australia, and we've been celebrating in the Parliament this week about our vocational education and the people who succeed in life as a consequence of their training and dedication in our vocational education institutions. But making it free has been a game changer for so many more people who might otherwise have been locked out of further study. And I just want to share a message I received from a local constituent, Hudson Corst, who wrote to me, "Dear Tanya Lawrence, I hope you're well." Yes, I'm well, thank you, Hudson. "I'm writing to sincerely thank you and the Australian Labor Party for your support in making fee-free TAFE available. Thanks to this initiative, I've been given the opportunity to pursue further education and build my skills without the financial stress that would normally come with it. It's made a real difference in my life, and I'm incredibly grateful for the chance to learn and grow. I truly appreciate your continued work and advocacy on behalf of our community, and this kind of policy is a great example of how government can make a tangible, positive impact on everyday Australians. This is exactly why fee-free TAFE matters. For Hudson, it's removed the financial stress, and it's done that for literally tens of thousands of people across the country. It's created the opportunity, and it's changing lives. And we're seeing that result. We're seeing more people move into new jobs, upskilling, career changes, into jobs that are in demand right now, be it in the care and the health sectors, construction, technology, clean energy. For local families, this is about the secure pathways into jobs of the future. For business, it means a stronger pipeline of skilled Australians that they can count on, rely on, that will be there today and tomorrow. And for our community, of course, it means a brighter future based on fairness and opportunity and the skills that we need for all. So I'm deeply proud of our commitment that we're delivering on for fee-free TAFE, because I'm seeing the difference it's making in my community and for people like Hudson. Deputy Speaker, recently I attended the 2025 Swan Chamber of Business Awards, and thanks to the Swan Chamber of Commerce and the City of Swan for hosting. It was an extraordinary event. It was very flash at the Stanford Winery. It's always nice to get up and look at this, and it was wonderful to be in the company of such diverse and extraordinary businesses in the Swan community, employing so many people. A highlight of the night, though, was hearing from House of Honey, a unique family farm right in the heart of the Swan Valley. They took home awards for tourism excellence and excellence in access and inclusion. And Kim and Rupert Phillip, they founded the business back in 2010 with a really bold vision to create a revolutionary honey showroom. It offers not just exceptional food experiences and gifts and wonderful things, but it's a sanctuary to 50 million bees, but also a hub of education. Now, as a fellow apiarist, I am deeply proud of what they've achieved, and being recognised for it is exceptional, and I'm really proud.
I call the member for Cowper.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take the opportunity today to recognise two inspirational members of my community for two very different reasons. The first is a young man at the start of an extremely promising Paralympic swimming career, Ethan Blocky from Maxwell. At the age of 18, Ethan has racked up medal after medal at state and national competitions over the past few years. For those who know him, this comes as no surprise. Under the supportive watch of coach Daniel Bannerman, Ethan diligently trains 6 sessions a week and grabs every opportunity to compete and represent the Coffs Coast with both hands. His achievements have gained him not only local notoriety, but recently caught the eye of the Australian Institute of Sport, who have selected him to participate in the prestigious Para-Swimming Nationals Future program, one of only 15 to be selected. Well, congratulations, Ethan. We can't wait to see you to continue to thrive in the pool for many years to come. Your entire community is behind you. And a small shout out, the Nambucca Valley Rotary Club will be holding a fundraiser for Ethan on the 23rd of September at the Bowraville Sports Hub. I encourage everyone to go along and support this rising star. My second recognition today is made in tribute to a much loved and much admired member of the Dorrigo-Bellinger Valley community, John Lean. John, a national stalwart, passed away on August 9th as a result of complications following a fall while travelling in Norway. Born in Sydney in 1937 and attending Hawkesbury Agriculture College, John found a love of the land early in life and took the reins of the family's generational property at Thora. A passionate historian, John understood the values in recognising and appreciating the driving forces that made our townships what they are today, including the contributions of his own family and through the generations, starting with his great-grandfather. From Aboriginal tribes to pioneers, convicts, politicians, John diligently chronicled the land settlement in the Bellinger Valley from the 1860s to the 1960s. He not only wrote one book, he wrote 5. When asked by a local paper why he started the impressive chronology, he said, "I started these books when I became aware a lot of people thought the history of Bellingen started about 1970, when the land use changed from the large farmers to smaller lifestyle blocks and the refugees from the cities arrived. And I thought, hold it, there's another 100 years of people that have built up this valley, cleaned up the land and started it all. And unless somebody puts it together, they're going to be lost." That was the kind of man he was, generous, reflective and diligent to a fault. Vale John Lee.
I call the member for Moreton.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, sewing, knitting, crocheting, these are all things that are most certainly not in my bailiwick. But I'm incredibly lucky in my seat of Moreton on Brisbane's south side to have people who are experts at them. And they are experts because they are the CWA, a set of really strong community groups in my area, including the Annalee-Yeronga CWA, which is 99 years old, the Oxley CWA and the Sunnybank Coopers Plains CWA. And the reason that I raise these fantastic community organisations today is because these groups are working hard right now as we speak, crocheting wreaths for Anzac Day, for Remembrance Day, for any day where we commemorate, where we recognise and where we remember those who have served our country. And they are putting those wreaths together so that when I go to those ceremonies, on behalf of the community, we can lay them and they are a meaningful way to continue the community work that CWAs do every day in our community and to expand on the opportunities for connection and friendship that craft groups bring, particularly to older Australians in my electorate. Deputy Speaker, I want to congratulate Endure. Endure is a local company in my electorate of Moreton on the south side, and it does renewables and low emissions technologies. They're experts in the field and they're in Archerfield. And I want to congratulate them today because they have just received a $4.8 million grant for industry growth. And it's called the AHEAD Project. And the AHEAD Project does a few things. It advances proton exchange membrane electrolyser technology and on-site hydrogen production systems. It contributes to driving down the cost of hydrogen and improving production effectiveness. And it establishes strong capabilities in hydrogen technology innovation, advanced manufacturing and operational knowledge. It's a real shot in the arm for sustainability, it's a shot in the arm for hydrogen, it's a shot in the arm for my community, and it's a shot in the arm for jobs. Well done. Deputy Speaker, on Friday, the 15th of August, I had the great pleasure of attending Griffiths Con. And the Con is a place where so many fantastic musical performances take place every single day. And I was there because MacGregor State High School's choir, their a cappella choir, Macapella, was in the fanfare finals for choral fanfare in 2025. It's part of the Queensland Department of Education's biennial State Schools Festival for vocal ensembles, and it was wonderful to see them represented in the top 5 in the state. Congratulations to the teachers and the students.
I call the member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Isn't it a marvellous privilege to be in this building and to deal with the liberties and the freedoms that are offered by Australia in a Western democracy based on a Judeo-Christian principle. You mightn't be Christian, you don't have to be, but the principles that reside underneath it are that. So it was of massive concern that we saw the display of military might in the recent anniversary that was in China. It was a display of military might for projection and offensive purposes. And that, of course, we must take into account as to what that means for us. Of a massive concern was the assembled coterie of people of basically totalitarian regimes, dictators. We see with Premier Xi Jinping the instrument that has brought about such things as the takeover of the South China Sea, the removal of rules-based law in operation, incursions with the Philippines, disputes with Japan, spies in Australia. This is the new world order. Also, Vladimir Putin was there Vladimir Putin, who of course is responsible for the invasion of Ukraine, just the arbitrary move in for which hundreds of thousands of people have now died. Kim Jong-un, who's also supporting Vladimir Putin, who puts his own people into destitution, developing nuclear weapons. This is a very bad coterie. Mossad Pezeshkian of Iran, we've had the ambassador deported from Australia for what is in essence a terrorist attack on a Jewish synagogue. Now, what also was of major concern at the Shanghai Cooperation Organisation was the disgraceful attendance of Antonio Guterres in the midst of all this, where he talked about principled leadership. Was he expecting to find it there? And also at the even at the parade, the disgraceful appearance of Dan Andrews. But what is also of massive concern is where Australia is. Our Prime Minister has not yet met the US President. AUKUS is still under review. The Quad, with the attendance of Narendra Modi at the Shanghai Cooperation Organisation, does not augur well for us. Our debt is now heading, it's $961.4 billion, Australian government securities outstanding, heading towards $1 trillion. And what is our focus in Australia in the midst of this? What have we guarded for it? We're focused on the weather. We're focused on net zero. We're focused on climate policy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have lost our way, seriously. And we have lost our political mind. And if we don't pull ourselves back into gear, we have the potential and we put under the stress of the loss of our nation.
I call the Assistant Minister for Science, Technology and the Digital Economy.
I rise today to pay tribute to Pierre Ebar and to place on record this Parliament's recognition of his extraordinary contribution to the city of Parramatta. Pierre Ebar is, in every sense, a true son of Parramatta. Born in Parramatta Hospital, raised in North Parramatta, educated at Parramatta Marist, raising his own family here. His story is woven into the fabric of our city. With entrepreneurial skill, he built a successful business and created jobs and apprenticeships. And he carried that same spirit into public life. Elected to Parramatta City Council in 1999, Pierre went on to serve for 25 years. He was re-elected again and again because of his deep commitment to the people he represented. Along the way, he served as Deputy Lord Mayor, and in 2023, he became the Lord Mayor of Parramatta. That achievement capped a quarter of a century of tireless service to his community. Pierre's mantra as Lord Mayor was, "All roads lead to Parramatta." He believed profoundly in the potential of our city to be the true heart of Greater Sydney. Under his leadership, Parramatta grew in confidence and in reputation. A place to live, work, raise a family, and build a business. He championed diversity, creativity, and opportunity. And he never wavered in his commitment to making Parramatta the best place it could be. His background in construction gave him insight into the city's growth. He worked with vision to create a river city that is internationally recognised for resilience, regeneration, and recreation. He was a passionate advocate for sustainability, proud of the 6-star green rating for the Civic Hub 5 and the carbon neutral certification of Parramatta Square. And with the Parramatta 2050 vision, he laid the foundations for the city's economic transformation. Beyond elected office, Pierre has given more than 3 decades of service to the Labor movement. Chairing the Dundas-Rydomere branch for over 30 years, his contribution to our party, our city and our people has been immense. Mr. Speaker, few individuals have shaped the city of Parramatta as profoundly as Pierre Ebar. His dedication, vision and unwavering belief in our community have helped build the vibrant and dynamic city we know today. On behalf of this Parliament and of a grateful community, I thank him for his service and commend him for his achievements.
Call the member for Canning.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's great to see you in the chair, particularly as a Western Australian representing the great seat of Forest, because this is about the WA health system, and this is the 15th time I've stood in this place to speak about the state of healthcare in Western Australia. And I'll keep speaking, because the situation is getting worse. WA's health system is in a death spiral. Last month, WA Labor broke its own record again. More than 7,000 hours of ambulance ramping. That's 2 months in a row. 9 years ago, then Labor opposition health minister, now WA Premier Roger Cook, called 1,000 hours of ramping a crisis. If 1,000 hours was a crisis, 7,000 hours is a catastrophe. Yet the Premier continues as if nothing is wrong. No urgency, no accountability, no plan. The Premier is disconnected from reality. Behind every one of those hours is a person, an elderly patient in pain, a paramedic stuck outside a hospital unable to help, a nurse stretched to breaking point, a doctor doing their best in a system that's failing them. People in WA know the truth. They live it in waiting rooms, in ambulances, in perpetual crisis. My community's local hospital, the Peel Health Campus, is a clear example. WA Labor has been promising upgrades for more than 8 years, and still we wait. Just this Monday, the average triage wait time at Peel was 100 minutes, second worst in the state. That's just not a number. That's a mother with a sick child, a pensioner in distress, a family waiting for answers. The Peel region is growing rapidly, but our hospital hasn't kept pace. The result? Longer waits, more pressure on staff, and compromised care. And despite all this, Roger Cook claims our health system is world class. I've said this many times, and let me be clear, our health professionals are world class. Our doctors, nurses and paramedics are doing extraordinary work under almost impossible conditions, but the system they're working in is broken. 7,000 hours of ramping is not world class. A broken morgue door at Sir Charles Gardner Hospital is not world class. Flying to Canberra to beg for federal funding is not world class. WA has a $2.4 billion surplus in the state coffers. There is no excuse for this level of failure. The people in my state aren't asking for much. They're asking for a health system that works, leadership that listens, promises that are kept, and Deputy Speaker, this is more than just statistics. It's about trust. The WA Labor government has broken that trust. It's about whether this government is willing to face the truth and fix what's broken. WA Labor must be held accountable for the promises it's failed to keep and the lives it continues to put at risk. I will keep rising in this place until this government stops making excuses and starts delivering results. My community and all Western Australians deserve better from the Cook Labor government.
Order. I call the member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Recently, I had the privilege of visiting St Columbus College in Essendon, where I met with their exceptional student engagement team, an incredibly impressive group of leaders from every year level. In meeting with the student leaders, I was struck immediately by the fact that this team is much more than a formality. They are an active, influential voice in the school's planning and governance. They are already making tangible difference to the lives of their fellow students. Their current projects are impressive: a homework audit to better balance workloads, the development of a purpose-built student leadership program, ongoing reviews of school policy, and a refresh of the college's website. These are practical, forward-thinking initiatives that will leave a real legacy. Last year, they championed a more flexible school uniform policy, taking into consideration the evolving needs and desires of the broader student body. Proof of what happens when young people are listened to and trusted to lead. We spoke about their goals for the year ahead and the paths that they're looking forward to embarking on, pathways to civic leadership, and my own journey into Parliament. We also discussed the barriers that still hold women back from public life and why breaking them down matters. It was inspiring to see so many bright, capable young women in the room, ready to lead, to serve, and to shape the future. We know that when young women can see the leaders that look like them, they can imagine themselves in those roles too. I thank Principal Rita Grima, Deputy Principal Bridget McDonald, and the students who took the time to meet with me. Thank you so much for your warm welcome and sharing your insightful perspectives. You have my full confidence that your leadership will extend well beyond the school gates. Helping young people grow as leaders is one of the best investments we can make. And at St Columba's, as in so many of the incredible local schools right across Maribyrnong, that investment is already paying off. And I can't wait to see where these remarkable young leaders go next. It really was an incredible opportunity to meet with these young women, both in terms of from our seniors right through to the early years of high school, grade 7, year 7 to year 12. And these women are going to have a remarkable impact on their community, and I wish them all the very best, especially those seniors who will be finishing up very soon. I wish them all the best for the years ahead. Thanks.
I call the member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge an outstanding achievement by the Woolgoolga High School at the 2025 New South Wales Merino Weather Challenge. Over 4 days in Dubbo, the high school's agricultural show team worked tirelessly, caring for 420 sheep from 70 schools, preparing them for judging and partaking in workshops with industry leaders. Despite challenging conditions, heavy rainfall the students represented their school with exceptional dedication and professionalism. I'd like to congratulate Macy Harris, Amelia Morrell, Ayla Higgins, Theo Backman, Towns Evan Wood, Gurjap Singh, Taj Cruz, Archie Tobin and the agricultural teacher Gavin Whitburn, for they won the best presented school in New South Wales at the challenge, taking out the title out of 78 competing schools. Great achievement, great recognition of the hard work, skill and teamwork of the team. Congratulations to all the students, staff and families involved in this. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge the Clarence River Fishermen's Co-op, which this year celebrates 80 years. Since 1945, the Co-op has been an icon of the Clarence Valley, supporting generations of local fishermen, providing employment and delivering high-quality seafood across Australia and indeed the world. The Co-op has a deep connection in our region, with retail outlets in Maclean, Yambara and Iluka, along with the Prawn Shack, all being local landmarks. I'd like to congratulate the current General Manager, Dee Zara, and the Chair, Tim Small, and by acknowledging all the current and former members and directors and staff. I'd like to specifically recognise a few people, namely the two longest current members, Peter Anderson and Noel Everson, who have both been members of the Co-op since 1958 and are still fishing, and also to current staff Kevin Elam and Sandra McGrath, who have been there for over 50 years. Congratulations to over 80 years for this wonderful business in our community. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge one of Woolgoolga's local legends, Jim Reynolds, and the remarkable contribution him and his family have made to the community through their family business, Woolgoolga's Finest Butchery. For more than 4 decades, Jim has been more than just a butcher. He's been a mentor, an employer and a supporter of countless community initiatives. At 82, Jim has still been behind the counter, sharing his wisdom, hard work and community spirit with his customers and the community. Jim's children and grandchildren have all worked behind the counter after school, and Jim often says you learn a lot working with your family, you learn how to work hard, show up, take pride, and I reckon we need more of that again. Even after selling his shop in 2013, he was back behind the counter because, as Jim said, it's more than just a business, it's part of who he is and Woolgoolga itself. So thank you to Jim, his wife Brigida, daughters Ruth and Karen, stepson son Stephen and team members Arthur and Declan. Enjoy your retirement, Jim.
I call the Assistant Minister for Defence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week I visited the opening of Live Albert, a build-to-rent apartment complex in my electorate of Wills. I was accompanied by my good friend, the member for McNamara, Josh Burns. We toured this $330 million project, which sits in the heart of Brunswick, which is actually in the heart of my electorate of Wills. Now, the complex boasts 498 new apartments and is designed specifically for renters. Build-to-rent sites bridge the gap between buying and renting in the Australian property market, creating a viable option for those who don't or choose not to own a home. While we were there, I met Nicole and Esteban, a young couple from Chile who have decided to call Australia home, and they'll be one of the first residents at the site. And Nicole and Esteban explained to me how they absolutely love the community and lifestyle of living in Brunswick, and how being able to rent at this site will allow them affordable access to a suburb and part of Melbourne that they know and love. And that's what Build to Rent is all about, Deputy Speaker, allowing people to make the communities they love their homes with the security and stability for longer lease lengths. Since we formed government, Deputy Speaker, over 5,000 social and affordable homes have now been completed with the federal government investment. Now, this is a stark contrast, Deputy Speaker, to the chronic shortage of social and affordable homes built under the previous coalition government. In 9 years, Deputy Speaker, the previous government managed to, wait for it, build 373. Now, we have made a $43 billion commitment to our housing agenda, with $20.7 billion now committed to projects that lock in lower rents for decades to come. This all builds on another huge week for housing investment in this country, where we have cut red tape for more homes, brought forward the 5% deposits for more first home buyers, and made more progress on social and affordable housing. Deputy Speaker, earlier this week in Canberra, I had the pleasure of meeting one of my constituents, Joshua Seymour. Josh travelled to Canberra for the launch of the 2026 Team Australia Training Squad. He will represent Australia at the 48th World Skills International Competition in China next year. World Skills Australia is an important social enterprise in this country which is dedicated to identifying, demonstrating and promoting skills excellence across the nation. When we were elected in 2022, the Albanese government faced the worst skill shortage in 50 years. Meeting this challenge has and remains a high priority for our government, and the National Skills Agreement, over $34 billion in combined investment with state and territory governments, will strengthen and transform the vet sector. This includes the establishment of 12 TAFE centres of excellence to provide the vital skills we need in critical parts of our economy. I wish Josh and the entire Australia team the absolute best of luck. He's going to be doing refrigerating and cooling and air conditioning. I reckon he's going to win his competition. Go Australia.
Go the fridges. Order. In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for member statements has concluded. I call the clerk.
Government business statements. Police Remembrance Day, 29 September. Further statements.
Are there any statements? I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on National Police Remembrance Day ahead of the 29th of September commemoration time. Across Australia, thousands of people don the blue uniform in a commitment to the safety of our communities. They take an oath to protect us, putting the safety of others above themselves. This is a courageous pledge. This is a selfless pledge. In regional communities such as mine, you'll often find the local police taking an active role in the community, both in uniform and out of uniform. They visit daycares, schools, drop by local sporting and community events to bring visibility to their work and forge long-term relationships with locals. Local police are often footy coaches, netball coaches. They're out and about, they're part of us, they are their friends. Deputy Speaker, in my former life as a nurse, a long time ago I worked in the emergency department at St Vincent's Hospital, and there I forged many friendships with the police who came in the most difficult of circumstances. Those police officers stood by me as a young nurse. They stood by my other nursing colleagues, the junior doctors and all of the support staff in what was a very hectic and difficult situation at St V's in Fitzroy. And then some years later, I was working in a tiny rural bush nursing hospital, and there the local policeman who lived in Chiltern, where I did, became a firm friend and a valued colleague, and someone who was always there at the end of a phone when I needed him. And I have to say, Deputy Speaker, unfortunately, I often needed him. In communities such as mine, local police, as I'm showing you, are very, very much a part of us. And the work of police can be gruelling, it can be complex, and as we know, too often it can be risky. And it requires not just the highest level of training and discipline and physical resilience, but it takes mental resilience too. And it's not just the police officers themselves who need to have this resilience, but it's their families also. Police officers are often the first responders to tragic events, and again in rural and regional communities such as mine, all too often the events that they're responding to are events that involve people that they may well know. And as we learn too often, and as we commemorate on the 29th of September, too many times our police officers are the victims of tragedy themselves.
So on the 29th of September, we will remember members who have passed away over the past 12 months, and their names, tragically, will be added to the memorial roll, and across the nation, Australians will stand in solidarity of their honour. Most tragically, and so close to home, 2 new names will be added to this memorial honour roll. In the coming days, the families, friends and colleagues of Detective Leading Senior Constable Neil Thompson and Senior Constable Vadim Duvat Hotat will pay their final respects and farewell to 2 fine members of the Victoria Police. Deputy Speaker, it's little over a week since an unspeakable tragedy unfolded in my electorate in the beautiful, idyllic alpine town of Porepunkah, a town that was forever changed by an unspeakable event that no one could ever have possibly imagined. And the communities across Indi, and in particularly across Wangaratta and the Alpine Valleys, are in mourning. They're in shock, and they are experiencing deep sadness and disbelief. It's brought into sharp focus for me, personally, and for the people I represent, the extraordinary risk our police face every day to keep us safe. Really, it's a risk that we take for granted as we go about our lives, but it came into stark relief for us just over a week ago. Over the past week, we've seen the community respond with love and solidarity for our police officers. Countless people have visited the Wangaratta and Wodonga police stations. They've come in their droves, Deputy Speaker. They're laying flowers in memory of these 2 members. They're bringing food. They're bringing their friendship and their solidarity. Even if they did not know these police officers, they know the police. Emergency services, SES, Fireys, AMBOs, stood the other night in the pouring rain. They stood in silence. They stood in honour of their fallen friends and colleagues. Right across Australia, and indeed all across little towns in my electorate, we've seen buildings lit up in blue. We've seen the water towers of Wodonga and Wangaratta shining brightly in blue, at the same time as 480 plus police officers, emergency services crew are combing the mountainous terrain around Mount Buffalo to seek the person allegedly responsible for the heinous crime that happened in Porepunkah. As the police operation continues, I say to police officers all over Australia, and most especially, of course, to the police officers in my own patch. So on behalf of my community, I say to you that we stand in solidarity with you, and we will always stand in solidarity with you. We will stand with you on the 29th of September on National Police Remembrance Day in memory of all the lives lost. And we stand with you on the 29th of September, particularly with Neil and Vadim's names so firmly in our minds. So to all police officers, to their families, and I note the member for Riverina is here, who is a family member of a serving police officer, and I thank him and his family for the way they support their son and for the sacrifice that they make in holding the anxiety that comes with being not only a proud parent of a police officer, but one who knows all too well the risks that their son or daughter has taken on behalf of us. So I thank you, and so many like you. To all police officers, thank you for what you do. Thank you for standing before us and with us and amongst us. And thank you for standing in situations that not one of us would ever have to face. I honour you and I respect you, and I pledge that my solidarity and support is with you always.
I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Member for Indi. Beautiful words, eloquently spoken, as were your words the other day just prior to question time. And indeed, Detective Leading Senior Constable Neil Thompson,
Senior Constable Vadim DeWart, and Queensland Constables Rachel McCrow and Matthew Arnold. They sadly are seared into the consciences of a bereaved nation, for they have been the victims of recent tragic events where nutters, sovereign citizens, terrorists, call them what you like, took their lives in a burst of bullets. This is not right. This is not the way Australia should be. We live in very volatile times. But when our police officers leave home to go and serve, they should be able to, at the end of their shift, come back home, safe and sound. Police officers, like other emergency service personnel, run to danger when others, most of us, would run in the other direction. They are the bravest of the brave, and Australia is very, very well served by our police officers, by our Australian Defence Force personnel, by those who don a uniform and go and fight the good fight for and on behalf of us, who serve, who protect, who save, and we should never forget that. Never, ever should we forget that. And I really take exception when the New South Wales Police, and indeed the New South Wales Government, make a request that is then ignored by an unelected judge. And I refer to Justice Belinda Rigg, who recently, despite the fact that the brave men and women in blue and the leader thereof, the police commissioner no less, applied for a prohibition order against an individual by the name of Josh Lees, an organiser from the Palestinian Action Group, a professional stirrer, a professional protester, who wanted the Sydney Harbour Bridge used for a protest. And Justice Rigg, for whatever reason, this faceless, unelected official decided that she knew better than the police. And what did we see? We saw signs of hatred. We saw actions of hatred. We saw the New South Wales Police have to call just about every officer they had on duty, and then others who should have been enjoying a day off, called in to monitor that particular protest. And now what have we got? We've got the floodgates open. Everyone wants to use the Harbour Bridge because it's iconic, because it's internationally famous, because it's renowned, to protest on. And the police, well, they're the poor ones who are going to have to monitor and protect and save and do what they usually do. And they'll do it without complaint. They'll do it because that's what they do in the line of duty. But the likes of Justice Rigg and Lees, I'm not going to say Mr because he doesn't deserve it, they should not be running the show. They should not be. When Premier Chris Minns and the New South Wales Police Commissioner, the person acting in that role, ask for a determination, they should be listened to. The names I mentioned of the 4 constables before, their lives are no different than the lives of Michael Kennedy, Sergeant, Constables Thomas Lonergan and Michael Scanlon, Constable Samuel Nelson, Senior Constable Ed Mostyn Webber Bowen, or Sergeant Edmund Parry. Those names, in one sense, will never be lost to history either. They were killed by bushrangers. And in Australia, we sometimes romanticise the outlaws of the 19th century. But Stringy Bark Creek, where Ned Kelly and his gang killed those 3 Victoria police officers. Samuel Nelson lost his life at Collector, killed by Johnny Dunn. Senior Constable Webb Bowen lost his life in the battle at Wantabadgery, where the Moonlight Gang was holed up. And Sergeant Edmund Parry was shot dead by Johnny Gilbert near Jugion, way back in 1864. But they lost their lives also in the long line of duty. And as we've heard from the member for Indi, there is a long line of blue. And it stretches all the way to the Australian Police National Memorial. We will remember them near the end of this month, 29th of September. And not only will we remember the service and sacrifice of those who gave their lives, but we will reflect upon the dangers of those who go out each and every day to ensure the safety of society. Not helped by judges who turn a blind eye to the requests, the decent requests, the honest requests, the sensible demands of the New South Wales Premier and the person tasked with leading the New South Wales Police. And that is a great shame. That is to the detriment of society. And I just don't understand why, particularly in a society which at the moment is very fractured, is very volatile. And no one denies people have the right to protest, but when they are protesting, they do not, absolutely do not, have the right to take placards and pictures of the person responsible for the deaths of those two police officers at Porapunka, at Alpine Town in northeast Victoria, which is at the moment is mourning. And I very much adhere to the words of Acting South Australian Police Commissioner Linda Williams, who told the ABC Radio Adelaide the charge against the individual who put himself in for holding a placard showing the alleged police killer. But it'll now be tested before the courts. It will. And here's the challenge for those courts. Make good on what you should be doing when you took the oath to serve justice, just like our police officers. This individual who held up that placard at a time of volatility in society should be thrown behind bars. Should be. Will that person be? There's the test for the courts. There are a few tests for the courts at the moment. There's one more locally, which I won't refer to. People don't have to do much of a Google search to find it. But these are tests for the courts. And we shouldn't be promoting sovereign citizens. They are terrorists. We shouldn't be promoting Nazism. We shouldn't be promoting people who kill our police, our brave officers. And I say that as the father of a brave officer. And I can remember one day when Scott Morrison and I had done something particularly noteworthy. It was during a time of crisis in this country, and we were reflecting upon it. And my son on that occasion had talked somebody, very vulnerable person, out of doing themselves in. And I told the then Prime Minister, and he said, well, that will be far greater than anything we do today, or perhaps ever. And that's what police do all the time, because it's in their DNA. And we should be very proud as parliamentarians of our police officers. I commend those parliamentarians now who were serving officers in the past, and I know that they are now representing and they are doing their duty in a different space, in a different phase of their lives, and I thank each and every one of them. I sit beside one of them, the member for Wide Bay. But thank you to everybody who pulls on a uniform. We honour you, we pay tribute to you, and we will always do our very best to uphold what you do for us, and that is to save lives.
I call the member for Latrobe.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I too am very saddened by the murders of 2 police officers, very tragically taken from us. Detective Senior Constable Neil Thompson actually served 40 years, amazing 40 years service, Victoria Police, and Senior Constable Vandir de Wart, both doing their job in protecting and upholding the right. And I know about upholding the right because I served 18 years in Victoria Police Force, and it's very tragic what's happened to these members, the family, and can I just say the brotherhood and sisterhood of Victorian Police. This is really hurting them at the moment. And the one thing I do know, Deputy Speaker, Victoria Police will not give up, and as this search goes on, they will continue and continue until they get their man. And sadly, we saw in some protests, and I note the member for Riverina, how people were holding placards up trying to somehow honour the alleged police murderer, and I'm hoping the courts do take tough action against that, especially at a time when Victorian police members and their families are grieving, because it is a very close community. Now, I joined the Victorian Police Force graduated in April 1987, and just 12 months before that we had the most awful bombing, the Russell Street bombing in March 1986, and that was outside the Russell Street police station. And tragically, Constable Angela Taylor was walking past there and was killed in that explosion. Minutes beforehand, they had 2 groups of school children walking past, and miraculously they were spared. The amazing work of the detectives at the time, in actual fact, it was a stolen motor vehicle squad. A member went down to Dawson Street, I believe, by memory, and they had a car there which had been, he was investigating stolen cars on the racket, and he walked past the car which was actually the remains of the car used for the Russell Street bombing, and he noticed the SASI serial number had been drilled out the same way of his investigation, and that then eventually led them on to charging those responsible. And those I don't name them because they don't deserve to be named. But again, it was just going after the authority of Victoria Police. Then, as I said, I graduated from Victoria Police Force in 1987, and in my sister squad was a really nice young man by the name of Steve Tynan. And sadly, very tragically again, 1988, Wall Street, Steve Tynan was murdered, and also Damien Eyre. Steve Tynan was 22 years of age, Damien Eyre was 20 years of age. They were ambushed and their firearms were used against them. And Steve, as I said, was a really nice guy, and Damien, and it really sent shockwaves through all those who graduated, but also the wider Victorian police force. And can I just say, this actually impacts police members right across the country and across the world, because it is a very tight knit family. Then again, we had in 1998, we had a series of pizza shops being targeted. And at the time, I was seconded to Brainy Criminal Investigations branch, and I think it was the Pizza Haven ones being targeted. So one night, the armed robbery squad arranged for every Pizza Haven restaurant to be targeted, or surveillance units to be there, and police members, detectives ready in case the pizza shop got hit. So we were there, myself and the detective, Senior Constable Robert Baker, on the Friday night. Waited there all night, nothing happened. Operation was called off. The following night, that pizza shop was actually hit, and it ended up being the same offender who tragically took the lives of Sergeant Gary Silk and Senior Constable Rodney Miller, again sitting off a restaurant. And again, Victoria Police detectives did an incredible job hunting down those involved. And I know I've spoken to undercover police officers involved in that operation. In actual fact, they had a building site, and by the end, one of their targets was on the building site, and by the end of it, every worker at the building site was an undercover police officer. So the police did an incredible work to get their man at the end of the day. And so, Mr Deputy Speaker, when it comes to serving, police members uphold the right. And remember, years ago, as we're getting told at the Academy, when it comes to criminals, they don't have to decide whether what force they need to use. They don't need to think about internal investigations. The crooks just have no, and especially in this awful murder recently and these other ones I've talked about, when the police members ambush, there's pretty much nothing they can do. They're not prepared for that. The amount of raids I've done over my time in my day in Victoria Police Force, especially the organised crime squad, we were always in those squads very much armed, ready to go, firearms drawn. Can I say most police members, especially in the regions, aren't like that because they're not used to dealing with the most violent offenders. And that, can I just say, that's also a good thing, but also a bad thing, because the good thing is that the public see the police going there as not firearms drawn. The danger is when, if they need to draw them, the offender has the upper hand. Can I say to my former Victorian police colleagues, and especially all those new recruits going through, this is a very tough time for the Victorian police family and all police. And they'll stand firm, they'll work together, they'll get their man. We just hope the police get a lot more support. And I note the member for Riverina, when it comes to the judiciary, we need the Victorian State Labor government to very much stand with Victoria Police, take very strong action against those who take on the police, who assault police, because sadly, and again I've been told in recent times by my friends in Victoria Police that in my day you'd be in a police pursuit and the person would, or the group of youths would take off and you abandon the pursuit to let them get away. These days they actually turn around and ram the police car, like they actually turn on the police car. And when you've seen some of those riots, when you have so many people, youth gangs attacking Victoria Police, they need very strong penalties. We need to uphold the law, because the Victorian police members, Tensile Adroit means uphold the right. They uphold the right, but we need the courts to uphold the law for those who target and attack our police. So again, may all those fallen members rest in peace. And when it comes to Police Remembrance Day, police legacy, and I've been to these police legacy events, like people don't think the tragedy and the pain just diminishes. Every year the partners go along there, the former wives or the former husbands, and it's very sad. You see the kids. And can I just make one other final point too? There's been way too many members taking their lives, and they need all the support. And it's what they've seen. Especially those at the child exploitation units, they see the most ghastly things. I was very lucky, I never worked in that area in Victoria Police. The other members who have, what they tell me they have seen, and I was speaking to a member the other day who contacted me after, believe it or not, he was arrested by Victorian Police for arresting a person committing graffiti in Upwey, and he was arrested, the ex-police member was, but not the guy doing the graffiti. It was good the case was eventually withdrawn, but as that member told me, he went out sick just simply because of the awful child abuse material he used to see. So again, for all those fallen members, may they rest in peace. Thank you.
Order. There being no further statements, I call the clerk.
Government business statements.
Update on the implementation of the recommendations of the final report of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veterans Suicide. Further statements.
Are there any statements? I call the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. One of the particular honours that I've experienced since being elected in 2022 is the opportunity to get to know so many defence personnel and veterans living in my electorate of Boothby. As well as the Warradale Barracks, we have a number of RSLs in Boothby and also the statewide Vietnam Vets Association for South Australia. We also have the Veterans Wellbeing Centre at the Repat Hospital in Door Park. This centre was established by Plympton Glenelg sub-branch of the RSL, and in particular the late Bill Hignett, and is auspiced by SA Health, but consists of a number of agencies such as Open Arms and Military Advocates, and provides free services including advocacy for DVA claims. They are always very generous with their time and their insights, and I greatly enjoy visiting them. It's a fairly uncontroversial statement, I hope, to say that in Australia we respect and honour our serving defence personnel and the veterans for their service and sacrifice in our name and in our protection. It is no small thing to put your life on the line to serve your country, and it is part of our Australian way of life that we know that we have the Australian Defence Force there to protect us. It was while I was campaigning in 2021 that I first started hearing from veterans and their families seeking assistance with their claims. Their stories were remarkably similar. They had submitted their total and permanent incapacity claims, TPI claims, usually around 18 months or so earlier, and they'd heard nothing. They'd contact the department and couldn't get any information about where their claim was up to. Now, what we know about veterans is they have a tendency not to put their TPI claims in until things are pretty dire. They don't put them in when they're just a bit wobbly. So these veterans were in dire circumstances when they finally put their TPI claims in, and then the department, and we as a country, left them sitting for 18 months or more with no response. Of course, we've since discovered that there were close to 42,000 TPI claims sitting in the department that had not even been allocated to a staff member to look at. Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to say that during the last term of this government, addressing this backlog was a priority for the Minister and for the government, and that backlog has now been addressed. TPI claims submitted now are allocated to a staff member to assess within 2 weeks, and the majority of claims are finalised within a matter of a few months, depending on complexity. This is as it should be. People are our most important defence capability. They need to be respected. We want Australians to choose to serve their country and to be confident that they and their families will be well supported by their leaders, the broader defence organisation and their country. Every member of the ADF should be safe in the knowledge that whatever may happen in service, they, their families, will be looked after and acknowledged by a grateful nation. It is our nation's duty to empower and support the mental health and well-being of our defence and veteran community. There is an expectation that they will be looked after, and for too long this was not the reality. When the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide was established in 2021, it heard from thousands of current and former serving defence members and families, particularly families of those who are no longer here to speak for themselves. And I'd like to particularly acknowledge Julianne Finney, the mother of the late David Finney, who was in the chamber earlier to hear the Minister's statement, and thank her for her unrelenting advocacy. We heard of systems that were broken, of a culture that was toxic, and heard that not enough was being done to support our personnel during and after service. And we've heard those calls and we've acted. The Royal Commission released an interim report in 2022 containing recommendations they deemed the most urgent, and we have acted and will continue to act on them all. We've legislated the Veterans Entitlements, Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Act to simplify the veteran compensation system. These changes begin next year and they will replace the current complex system that causes confusion and frustration, which the Royal Commission identified as a contributor to suicidality among our veteran community. This will mean all veteran claims will be assessed for compensation and rehabilitation under a single piece of legislation that will be simpler and faster to process. And this is the most significant reform to how we support veterans in a century. As a result, we will be better able to provide the services and supports the veteran community needs when and where they need them. The final Royal Commission into Defence Veteran Suicide report was released in September 2024. 7 volumes, 122 recommendations, harrowing reading. But it also showed a way forward, a once-in-a-generation opportunity for cultural change and reform. The government has agreed in principle to 104 recommendations, noting 17 for further work. And as at the beginning of August, 9 recommendations had been fully implemented and there are further 110 underway. Changes to date include the establishment of the Royal Commission Implementation Task Force within the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet to focus on the implementation. The establishment of a new statutory oversight body, the Defence of Veterans Service Commission, with a dedicated and sustained focus on suicide prevention that will be up and running at the end of September. This was considered by the Royal Commission to be the most significant action the government can take to address defence and veteran suicide. We are currently recruiting the inaugural Defence of Veteran Services Commissioner through a merit-based recruitment process, and this Commissioner will have significant independent investigation powers into veteran supports and progress on the implementation of the Royal Commission's recommendations. We will introduce standalone legislation for Defence and Veterans Service Commission to ensure its independence and enhance oversight of implementation. The Royal Commission identified a need for a holistic approach to wellbeing when supporting defence personnel, veterans and their families. And today we have released the Defence of Veteran Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy. In addition to early intervention and comprehensive care, it prioritises wellbeing from the day a person signs up for our ADF until well after they have hung up their uniform for the last time. And this ensures veterans who are transitioning to civilian life and their families don't fall through the gaps, a time that we know is of particular risk. We will introduce a mandatory obligation to consider mental health issues during involuntary separation processes. Defence is working closely with the Department of Veteran Affairs on establishing a comprehensive brain injury pathway to improve prevention, early detection and treatment for the current and former ADF members with neurocognitive issues. The Royal Commission's final report also contains several significant recommendations related to sexual violence in the ADF, which are being actioned as a priority. There is now an updated central policy on sexual misconduct that provides clearer, more consistent guidance for commanders and managers. It outlines when to engage the Joint Military Police Unit, how to determine whether conduct may constitute a criminal offence, and introduces structured return-to-work protocols for those impacted by misconduct. Commanders and managers must now consider suspension from duty and involuntary separation of members alleged to have engaged in serious misconduct, including sexual offences, sexual harassment, intimate image abuse and stalking. Defence has now completed the work to support the implementation of a presumption of discharge in circumstances where ADF members are convicted of sexual and related offences, and this will be in place by the end of the year and supported by further legislative change. These reforms represent critical shift. They send a clear message that sexual misconduct has no place in our Defence Force. Further work is being done to ensure the military justice system balances the need for military discipline with the protection of individual rights and minimises adverse mental health impacts on those who engage with the system, and ensures that support mechanisms available to members involved in the military justice processes are effective at meeting their needs and preventing harm. This includes an independent inquiry into potential weaponisation of the military administrative system, examining whether the system has been or could be misused in ways that cause harm to ADF members. And the establishment of the Military Justice Assurance Branch to strengthen coordination of governance, assurance and policy functions within the military justice system. Speaker, the Royal Commission was an important, groundbreaking, sobering and necessary exercise. But it is the implementation of change that really matters. A year on from the final report, we're making good progress. We are seeing more people choose to stay in the ADF longer as a result, but there is a lot more work to do.
The Royal Commission's task for us as a government is no small feat, but implementing these reforms from the Royal Commission are vital in ensuring that defence personnel, veterans and families receive the care, services and supports they not only need, but they deserve. And I'd like to finish by thanking any current or former serving members who might be listening for their service.
The member's time has expired. I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Little badge, big impact. That's the message being put out there by Legacy. This week is Legacy Week, and it's important in the context of the update on the implementation of the recommendations of the final report of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide, because it's not just current serving Australian Defence Force personnel or veterans, it's also their families. Their families are very much impacted by the service and by the former service of our ADF and by our veterans. And this week, as I say, with Legacy Week, the appeal has been running since the 1940s. It's a time for all Australians to show their support for the widows and children whose loved ones have indeed served our country. The Legacy Badge, as the website says, is a special emblem of support for our veterans' families, symbolising our nation's greatest values of mateship, compassion and fairness. Legacy badges may be little, but the funds they raise make a big impact in the lives of our veterans' families. Legacy Week is a time to give back to the families of those who have given so much. That's what the Legacy Foundation says, and it is so very true. And when you take those words and you listen to them, it very much is aligned with the service of our veterans, as I see the member for Spence entering the chamber, and I thank him for his service, as I thank each and every person who has ever worn a uniform for and on behalf of our nation, for and on behalf of our flag. They have kept us safe. They continue to do so. Not every veteran is broken, and that's an important distinction to make, because sometimes I think when we talk about our veterans, we think of them as a bit of a mess from their service, and they are not. They are certainly not. Most, contributing mightily to the nation. In fact, all are. Some of them are incapacitated, absolutely. Some of them carry the mental and physical scars of their service. That is why on 8 July 2021, the former coalition government announced the formal establishment of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide, and it did cast a light on some of the harrowing experiences of current serving personnel and our veterans. The Royal Commission's inquiry concluded on 28 August 2024. It came to Wagga Wagga, it took evidence, and it was horrific, some of the evidence presented at those Wagga Wagga hearings. It examined the systemic issues and common themes in past deaths by suicide of ADF members and veterans. This included suspected suicides and lived experience of suicide risks. The Royal Commission delivered its interim report on the 11th of August 2022. The government by that stage had changed. But this is and should always be above politics. The final report was delivered on 9 September 2024. I do thank the Minister for his update today. Defence welcomed the Royal Commission as an opportunity to learn and bolster the Department's approach to mental health and welfare. And I would say that if there are veterans out there who have not sought help, who need it, please do so. It's not just the Department of Veterans Affairs, but there are many wonderful organisations who are there to help their mates, to help their comrades. And please avail yourselves of that opportunity if you so need help. There are many veterans who do not seek the assistance of DVA for whatever reason. And they are entitled to do that, but help is there if it's needed. Defence thanks those serving and ex-serving personnel and their families who bravely shared their stories with the Commission. Because in many instances it opens up old wounds, and it's hard for veterans to talk of their experiences, whether they saw combat or whether they were in fact in bases and never left Australia. They all share different experiences. They all shared similar experiences. The government's response, announced on the 2nd of December 2024, outlines significant reform, and this will hopefully have a positive impact on the defence community. Defence and Department of Veterans Affairs are implementing the agreed recommendations. There are 122 recommendations, 104 are very much in the process of being followed through with. I appreciate that 17 were noted of those 122. And I know it's a difficult task being the Veterans Affairs Minister, but that person is representative of those who have served and those who are serving insofar as they're also defence personnel. But the stories that came out of the Commission, they were very, very, very difficult for normal, average, everyday citizens to comprehend. But the hurt, the experiences, if they lead to better outcomes for those who wear uniforms, then that absolutely is worth it. The Chief of Defence Force, Secretary of the Department of Defence and the Secretary of DVA all made statements on the release of the government's response. Now, a task force was established to support the functions of the Royal Commission while the inquiry was still underway. And the number of documents and the number of volumes that ended up leading to those 122 recommendations were voluminous, as they needed to be. I represent an electorate which has all three arms of the defence in my hometown of Wagga Wagga, and the Colonel of 1st Recruit Training Battalion, Colonel Gerard Kearns, takes his job very seriously. I've said on a number of occasions I believe he is the most important job in defence. I appreciate the CDF would probably think they do, but I think if you are in charge of the base where they are recruiting people and turning ordinary everyday Australians into something quite special who will continue that tradition of the long line of khaki, then you are in fact the most important person in defence, and I stand by that belief. We've also got RAF Wagga. We've also got, with the Forest Hill Air Base, a Navy presence of around 80 officers. That's significant given the fact that we're a long, long way from the nearest drop of seawater. But Wagga Wagga is a garrison city, and it's very proud of its defence roots, and may that heritage lead to longevity in those bases, which I appreciate we are very much updating with nearly $1.5 billion of infrastructure investment at the moment. And the government is to be commended for continuing that investment that was announced and initially funded by a coalition government. But it's important because our defence people have to have modern support bases, modern infrastructure and modern equipment. I also commend Bob and Gladys back at Bethungra. They run what's called the Integrated Service Persons Association, helping veterans. Anybody who helps veterans is a good person. Good of heart, good intentioned, and I do thank those two, deservedly recognised with OAMs in the past for the work that they do. We say TYFYS, thank you for your service, and they shouldn't be meaningless words. They should have words with purpose, with meaning and with impact. That's what hopefully will occur with the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. I don't want to make too much of a political point point about this, but I am again disappointed by the Defence Amendment, Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal Bill 2025 passed through the House of Representatives last night. I think that disrespects our service people. They should have longer than 20 years for that medallic recognition. They don't go out to serve to win tin that they can wear, as proud as it is, on Anzac Day or Remembrance Day. They do it for their country, and they should. That piece of legislation should never have passed the Parliament. But thank you for your service for all of those veterans, and I commend this update.
Order. I call the member for Hughes.
Deputy Speaker. There's no more important task assigned to the federal government than ensuring the safety and security of the Australian people. And there's no more important element of Australia's defence capability than the people that serve in our Defence Force. Every member of the Australian Defence Force should be safe in the knowledge that whatever may happen in service, they and their families will be looked after and acknowledged by a grateful nation. Australians expect them to be looked after. This is evident in the turnout we see each year in the Anzac Day dawn services. I've been going to the Engadine Anzac Day dawn service since I was a kid, and it's always amazing to see how many people are turning out and how many people are passionate about making sure that our veterans are acknowledged each year. But the expectation that they are looked after is not one that's always been met. It's our nation's duty to empower and support the mental health and well-being of our defence and veteran community. During the World Wars, my family served in the Defence Forces. Sitter Black, my great-grandfather, was injured on the Western Front during the First World War. Sitter came back with physical scars that stayed with him for the rest of his life. Of course, we now have a better understanding of the other forms of harm that are inflicted upon our Defence Force personnel during their service. 3,640 people living in my electorate of Hughes had served in the Australian Defence Force as of 2022. I want to honour and acknowledge that service and thank them for all that they have done for our country. I am privileged to represent in this place the Holsworthy Barracks, covering almost 20,000 hectares and comprising one of the Army's major defence presences in New South Wales. It's home to a number of Army and tri-service training institutions, as well as various regular and reserve Army units, and it's also the staging location for domestic operations in New South Wales. In June, I was lucky enough to attend the barracks and celebrate some of the newest graduates of the Army School of Military Engineering with the Deputy Prime Minister. These young people represent a great hope for the future of the Australian Defence Force. It is no small feat for them to put their hand up to serve their nation. We want Australians to be attracted to serving our nation in the Australian Defence Force and confident that they and their families will be supported by their leaders, their mates and the broader defence organisation. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide was secured in 2021, which heard from thousands of current and former serving defence members and families, particularly the families of those who no longer are here to speak for themselves. It heard of systems that were broken, of a culture that was toxic, and heard that not enough was being done to support our personnel during and after services. We've heard those calls and we've acted. The Royal Commission released an interim report in 2022 containing recommendations they deemed the most urgent, and we acted on them. This government has cleared the unallocated compensation claims at DVA so that new claims are reviewed within 14 days. We've legislated the Veterans Entitlements Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Act, the VETS Act, to simplify the veteran compensation system that will kick in next year, overhauling the complex system that causes confusion and frustration, which the Royal Commission identified as a contributor to suicidality among our veteran community. This will mean all veteran claims are assessed for compensation and rehabilitation under a single piece of legislation that will be simpler to use and faster to process. This is the most significant reform to how we support veterans in a century. As a result, we are able to better provide the services and supports the veteran community needs when and where they need them. In September last year, the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide released the final report. It contains seven volumes and 122 recommendations. It was harrowing reading. This government was tasked with effecting a once-in-a-generation opportunity for cultural change and reform. By December, the Albanese government responded and we agreed in principle to 104 recommendations, noting 17 for further work. I noted in my first speech in this place how proud I am to be a part of a government that has agreed to these. The Royal Commission's final report contains several significant recommendations related to sexual violence in the Australian Defence Force. Defence is taking decisive and immediate action to strengthen the way that we respond to sexual violence within the ADF. I've spoken to women within the service who have been directly affected by this and for whom the effects of it are ongoing. Recommendation 15 has been implemented through an updated central policy on sexual misconduct, which now provides clearer, more consistent guidance for commanders and managers. It outlines when to engage the Joint Military Police Unit, how to determine whether conduct may constitute a criminal offence, and introduces structured return-to-work protocols for those impacted by misconduct. While the military justice system serves a distinct function, ADF personnel are also subject to civilian law, and Defence's policies must reflect that accountability. In the same month, we established the Royal Commission Implementation Task Force within the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet to oversee the development of comprehensive and considered advice on implementing the response to the Royal Commission. We listened to our service members and the veteran community, establishing an independent task force to drive implementation rather than empty platitudes. At the beginning of August, 9 recommendations had already been fully implemented, and there are a further 110 on the way. There is, of course, still a lot of work to come on implementing the recommendations of the Royal Commission, but a year on from its final report, we're making good progress. However, the government has not limited itself to just the work coming from the Royal Commission. We set about improving supports for defence personnel, veterans and families before the work of the Royal Commission was complete. We're better supporting people in service, and we're seeing more people choose to stay in the ADF for longer as a result. We've also expanded our Veterans and Families Hub network so people can access support close to home. A common theme throughout the Royal Commission was discussion on difficulties engaging with both the Departments of Defence and Veterans Affairs in relation to information access. While the implementation of recommendations 9 to 13 of the interim report have significantly improved this, there is still more to do. Engaging with the Department of Veterans Affairs has also not been straightforward as it should be for the veteran community, and mechanisms like the DVA website were perhaps more of a barrier to providing useful information than a useful tool. So I'm really pleased that today the new and improved DVA website has gone live. It's more user-friendly and includes a first-of-its-kind for the federal government AI search tool that will actively answer questions from veterans and the supports and services they can and should receive. The Royal Commission's task for us as a government was no small feat, but we have no doubt that its delivery will ensure the most comprehensive reforms to the systems, processes and culture to support defence personnel and veterans and families ever undertaken in Australia. Implementing these reforms from the Royal Commission are not a nice to have. They are vital in ensuring that defence personnel, veterans and families receive the care, services and support that they not only need, but they deserve. We will continue to take actions that are not easy, but that are right and are essential. We take action on the Royal Commission as quickly as we can. It's our duty to those who have answered the call to defend our country. It's the least we can do to repay their commitment and their sacrifices for Australia. And I want to thank all our veterans who might be listening to this today and listening to us discuss these matters, and acknowledge all their service and their commitment to this country. Thank you.
Order. I call the member for Ryan.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide received nearly 6,000 submissions and conducted 900 private sessions. It's a once-in-a-generation opportunity. It cannot gather dust. It cannot be treated the way other recommendations and reports have been, reform efforts quashed by Defence. I must express profound gratitude for the advice and time that so many in the veterans community have given to this Commission and subsequent related bills and inquiries in helping us understand the complex and interconnected challenges faced by veterans and their families. I'm also very grateful for the work of veterans and advocates in the Ryan community, many of whom I've met. Ryan is home to the Enoggera Army Barracks and a large ADF and veteran community. Many in this community have shared moving stories with me of their experiences, and some remarkable veterans in my community, and I'm very, very proud of this, are working tirelessly to seek support and justice for their very deserving comrades. One absolutely non-negotiable recommendation that must be implemented is for a standalone statutory entity that oversees and drives a system-wide reform that this report calls for. I'm pleased that there is now support for standalone legislation for a truly independent commission, and the Greens are ready to work with the government on that. The Commission, its report, and those who contributed to it deserve more than just lip service. We need to be honest about the challenges and to continue on the path of respect and deep listening for this community. That is how we can change the lives of veterans for the better, and that must be our collective goal. We know that there are deep cultural issues in the ADF contributing to these tragic outcomes. The culture of silence, military values are fuelling suicide risk, and defence leadership must be held accountable for failures to address that culture. These cultural issues ripple across our society, particularly for families of veterans. After losing loved ones or dealing with the fallout of a cruel system, families are often forced to navigate a cold and careless system and set of processes. It's a real credit to the veterans community and the families of veterans that this commission was secured in the first place. We owe it to all of those involved and the loved ones that they have lost to implement the recommendations. Finally, I want to highlight that the goal of the commission must be no more suicides. To quote Julianne finally, we have to go for zero suicides because if we don't, we're not doing our best. It's as simple as that. It doesn't matter what the answer is to that. We have to go for zero. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Order. I call the member for Spence.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to stand and speak today, not just as a veteran, but also as one of the co-chairs of the Parliamentary Friends of Veterans. But I want to just go back to a moment in time just recently that I shared with the Deputy Prime Minister at the Mark Oliphant College. And when I got asked a question by some students about what shaped you and your journey to politics, and when I sat there and thought about the question that had been posed to me, the thing that and after much reflection over my time since being elected to this place, is that my time wearing our nation's uniform really formed the basis for everything that I did following enlistment. So for me, my enlistment happened in December of 1996. It was an extremely joyous period in my life. I'd just finished high school. My mates that I'd been through primary school and high school, we were all sitting down. We made a decision to enlist together, and in the January and February, maybe not so smart, of 1997, we headed off to Puckapunyal and completed our basic training and as enlistees to the Royal Army Reserves. And it started a learning process for me that helped shape me to be the person that I am today, something that I'm extremely grateful for. And the reason why I want to start there and start with that explanation is that, as rightfully the member for Riverina said earlier, that not all veterans are broken. We must see through the scars and see the skills that our veterans have, because there is some fine contributions that have been made by veterans, not just in this chamber, but across our great country post-service. But the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide did uncover a lot of alarming facts. And I am one of those people who have had good mates that I served with commit suicide on discharge or not long after. I have watched some of my mates really struggle with PTSD after their service overseas. And unfortunately, they have been left hanging when they most needed support. And that's why I'm so buoyed by the support that's now been put in place in ensuring that
we talk about veteran wellbeing from the day you enlist. When I enlisted, your discharge was never talked about. It was far off in the distance. It was a never, never, it's not going to happen to me. But I discharged after 3 years of service. I had friends who discharged after 1 year of service under medical reasons. It's when you discharge, when you least expect it, that things start to come down on top of you, and that's when we see things spiral out of control, and often because it's never been a realisation that we need support. So I'm extremely encouraged by the fact that we are going to start talking about the process to civilian life following your time in uniform as a key focus of the findings from the Royal Commission. I do want to take special note of a very special person who was sitting in the chamber in the House of Representatives earlier this morning whilst the Minister did give his address, and that is Julianne Feeney, who is a remarkable South Australian with a remarkable son, David. She really has been a shining light in ensuring that this Royal Commission got off the ground, and she has seen it through. She has turned up time and time again in this place to make sure that this Royal Commission delivered outcomes to prevent suicide and a lack of support from being the norm for our ex-service personnel. And I want to say to Julianne Feeney, thank you for everything you've done. Thank you for being here today. And thank you for everything that you will do in the future, because I know that you are not going to stop and you are making a huge difference, and it does need to be acknowledged in this chamber. I have the very great pleasure of being in a chamber with quite a number of ex-serving personnel on both sides of the chamber and on the crossbench. And I think it does help when we have these types of discussions to have that type of experience from all sectors of the chamber to ensure that accountability and a delivery of the findings happen. Now, one of those findings was the backlog of claims, 41,000 approximately when we came to government in 2022. And to hear today that we have cleared that backlog completely but are reviewing claims within 14 days sends a really clear signal to our veterans that you are valued, and we are providing all the right levels of support to make sure that your claim matters and that it is of the highest priority for this government. The Veterans Entitlement, Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Act also is going to go to assisting this process. It helps simplify what has been an extremely complicated rehabilitation and compensation scheme for veterans. When we go out to our RSLs across our electorates, the first thing you hear is a veteran who has gone through a period where they have had delay after delay after delay to get the help that they need. Haven't been able to get a decision to be able to move forward and get the treatment that they desperately need, or have had to go into significant financial hardship to get treatment just so they can stay on their own 2 feet and carve out a living. The simplification of these rehabilitation acts is massive. It will make a huge difference for so many veterans moving into the future. I can't wait for next year when this new act goes live. It's going to make life so much better for our veterans, and so it should. When the final report was handed down last year, 7 volumes, 122 recommendations, a lot of work. We agreed in principle, or agreed to 104 of the recommendations and noting 17 for further work. We established in December the Royal Commission Implementation Task Force within the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet to oversee the development of comprehensive and considered advice on implementing the response to the Royal Commission. At the beginning of August this year, 9 recommendations have been fully implemented and there are a further 110 underway. We are making headway, we're getting there, but we've got a lot more work to do. The new Defence and Veterans Service Commission will be up and running by the end of September, a significant step in the right direction. We're currently recruiting the inaugural Defence and Veterans Service Commissioner. This appointment will drive systemic change and champion the wellbeing of serving and ex-serving ADF members across government and the ex-service community. We'll also introduce standalone legislation to ensure its independence and enhance oversight of implementation. Defence and veteran mental health wellbeing. I want to talk about this just briefly in the limited time I have left. And this is such a big subject matter, it's hard to fit it into 10 minutes, Speaker, but for me, when I think about veteran mental health and wellbeing, I think about my family and veteran wellbeing hub that we've just recently opened in my electorate of Spence at the Playford Health Precinct. It has been an absolute game changer for my community. We have RAF Base Edinburgh that sits right at the heart of my electorate. It has brought our ex-service organisations together. It has given us the ability to provide critical services to veterans and their families when they need it most, and it really is making a huge difference. When I met with the team down there from Lives Live Well on the last 2 weeks ago, the information is clear. This is working, this is helping veterans, and it is making a huge difference for their families.
Thank the member for Spence, and thank him for his service, and call the member for Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And this is a very important day for, I guess, for our broader nation too, in what's happening with the Defence Royal Commission. We know that people who are in our Defence Forces and their families are so important. We owe a lot to them, and we could never ever say thanks enough. And it's important that when we bring people into the ADF that we make sure they are looked after. We make sure that they get everything they need, but particularly on finishing their service, we should make sure that the right thing is done by them. And we know that this has been an issue in the past. We know that veterans went through a long period of time during the former government where at one stage over 1,000 claims were sitting on the then Minister's desk unopened. We know the veterans came to us saying the problem they were having was with DVA in the previous government. The words that really haunt me and still haunt me was the veterans' view when it comes to DVA and supporting veterans was delay, deny, die. That was the view of veterans of what was happening. They believed that they were constantly being delayed, constantly being denied, and then some took the worst scenario out. And it was something that we had to fix. And so we worked extremely hard to push to get a Royal Commission into veteran suicide. We know the issues, and I've met Julianne Finney myself a few times, lovely lady, suffering quite a lot with what happened to her. And she's not alone. Sadly, she's not alone. There are lots of others like that. And when you talk to people through the veterans community, you know that this is not uncommon for a range of reasons. And it's why governments need to act and do the right thing. If you ask someone to put their life on the line, to defend our nation, to defend our values and everything we believe in, you have an absolute obligation to make sure that if they're broken, you look after them. To make sure if they've got problems that you fix them and you give them the support that they need. And as I said, this was something that never happened. And I was a bit miffed this morning listening to the Shadow Minister talk when I think about what issues were caused during the time that he was Minister. Why things were not done quicker and faster. Why why these things that we all stand here and say we should address were not done. It's not the right thing. Now, we have taken the Royal Commission and we are going through all the different recommendations and implementing them in principle, and actually committing to seeing outcomes done that actually help our veterans and their families, because it is important. And you can't often speak enough about the importance of what veterans should expect from us. We heard of systems that were toxic, broken, and heard that not enough was being done to support personnel during and after their service. And we have acted on those calls. The many thousands of people that we've spoken to about this, when you go to RSLs and you talk to, and the number one thing that keeps coming back was, we're just getting nowhere. We're really just pushing it uphill and no one's listening. Well, we listened. We made that commitment that we would listen, and we are acting on that and getting things done. In September last year, the Royal Commission in Defence and Veteran Suicide released its final report. 7 volumes and 122 recommendations. And I know that when I went to the Doreen RSL, they wanted a copy of it. They wanted to see what was there, because so many of their members have issues that they've faced from their time in service and the problems that's happened. And again, I took this quote that came from former Minister G, who was the Minister for Veteran Affairs in the Morrison government. And when he asked for more money, he threatened to resign because he believed that we needed to do more, and he was right. But when it came back, that the response from the former government was the government was only prioritising funding to those that had a political advantage. Now, they're words that should turn anyone's stomach. 29th of the 5th, 2024. That's what he'd said. It should not have happened. It's not about prioritising funding, it's about doing the right thing. Now, I know from my own time through being in this place working with the DART, the Defence Abuse Tribunal, the problems that have happened there. I've had veterans come to me bringing in tons of paperwork showing the issue that they had in abuse in the Defence Force, to sit in front of DVA and be told, with the Minister of both colours, never happened. But when you produce the military medical professionals report, the military police reports that all show it did happen, 2 weeks later, this is after veterans have been fighting for 12, 18 months. 2 weeks after that meeting, when they produced those papers that were already there, suddenly DVA says, oh yes, it did happen. We will do that. We'll pay to take you to a psychologist because you've been abused, but we won't pay the psychologist. The idiocy of that just had to stop. And when I know some of my friends who have really been more brave and courageous than I could imagine by bringing forward their sexual abuse in the Defence Force, to hear their harrowing stories and what that's done to their lives is just phenomenal. But this is why what we are doing today and what we're doing with the Royal Commission is so important. We have to stop this from happening again. We can't have these situations happen. Men and women go into the Defence Force, they're there to serve our nation, and they do it well. They don't need to be keeping an eye on their backs the entire time. And that's why this is so important that we do these recommendations. It's so important why we have these systems in place to make sure that when they put on that uniform, they know that their government's got their back and they know that they're going to be safe. Because they put themselves into harm's way with enough things without having to worry about what's behind. We know that a lot of the situations that we deal with where there are issues in the way that the tribunals have been working and these things that have been overcomplicated and made very difficult. And I really congratulate Minister Keogh for doing something that no one else has done. He has worked excessively hard to make sure that our veterans' entitlements are paid in a timely manner and they get what they're entitled to. Again, I go back to those harrowing words: delay, deny and die. No more should that happen. And I think that when we look at how we've been working through this since the 12 months since the Royal Commission report, you've seen that we are continually working to improve the situations for veterans and our defence personnel. We made a commitment that we would fix these things when we called for the Royal Commission, and give credit to Senator Lambie, who was, very vocal as well. To get this done was so important, and I think what it shows is we do value our veterans, we do value our defence personnel, and we're actually stumping up to show that. It's not just hollow words, it's not just words about trying to find a political advantage. It's about actually doing the right thing. I think about, the situation of, was my grandfather when he came back with shell shock. Got the harden up, you'll be right, out you go. Like many veterans of World War II and many veterans of Vietnam, they took the hard way out through the bottom of a bottle. And that's just not right. Now, I know we've all got to, pull our socks up and really work hard to get this done, but we've taken these first steps, and the steps that we're continuing to take on this journey is about fixing that. So no more do we hear, of the Julianne Finneys of the world. And I want to have a big shout out to Jeb Summer, who's a young bloke from the Cedar Hawk now. He was in McEwen, but unfortunately the ASC force downgraded him to Hawk. He runs Save Our Services. He stood at an Anzac Day ceremony and threatened to hand back his medals. That was shocking, because he couldn't get the support. Now he gets that. He's running these great programs of Veterans for Fishing to deal with mental health and supporting people. But when you have a veteran threaten to give back their medals because they felt their country wasn't helping them, that's just not on. It's got to be stopped, and that's why I've continued to push and fight to get as much as we can done, as quick as we can, to help these people. Because, as I said at the beginning, when we ask them to put our uniform on, to do things for our country, it is our obligation to make sure that when they come back, when they've finished their service, we look after them.
Thank you, the member for McEwen, and I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I think Australians mostly understand service and sacrifice that are the hallmarks of our ADF veteran and their families, community. As a fourth-generation veteran, I have the great honour of being appointed by the Prime Minister as a Special Envoy for Defence and Veterans. So, as a result, I have many opportunities to meet with ADF members, with veterans and with their families, and with ex-service organisations and other people that come into contact with this community of outstanding patriotic Australians often. And some quick examples was this morning I was honoured to represent the Minister at the Australian War Memorial to lay a wreath with the Australian Federation of Totally and Permanently Incapacitated, or TPI, ex-servicemen and women. So there with the Chief of the Defence Force, also with Matt Anderson, Director of the Australian War Memorial, and I thank them for facilitating that wonderful event in the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, and then to see the names that have been added in recent times to our honour roll to mark those who were killed on operations. Now, before that, I attended the launch of Bravery Trek. It's a national fundraising challenge held every year by Bravery Trust. It was wonderful to see my good friend and former, not quite classmate. She was the second year when I was the first year at the Academy, but Lieutenant General Susan Coyle. It was great to have a walk with her this morning, as well as Khalil Fegan, our REPAT Commissioner. So I want to say well done to Steve Patrick and the whole team at Bravery Trust, who are raising vital funds through the Bravery Trek to provide financial safety net for current and ex-serving members facing hardship. They also do longer term financial counselling and proactive financial literacy programs. Also this morning, I attended a launch of the strengthened partnership between Invictus and the University of New South Wales. I'm continually impressed by the way that Invictus is leading the world in terms of their programs, so I want to give a shout out and thanks to Glenn Keys, the chair, through Glenn to the whole Invictus team. It was great also to talk to the Vice-Chancellor at UNSW, my alma mater. It was great to understand a little bit more about how they're recognising current competencies, recognising prior learning in the military and helping defence members to move as they transition or a long time after they've transitioned with that commitment to lifelong learning and the skills that are inherent in anyone who's served in the military by way of the values that are instilled and the passion to get after it, whatever it may be. So I encourage all veterans, wherever you can, to look for mentoring opportunities where you can assist those that are working through that period of transition so that we can have more veterans working in various sectors, including the public service, but in many sectors of our economy, so you can share your leadership with them. Tomorrow morning, I'll be attending the Royal Australian Navy Recruit School graduation of HMAS Cerberus down in chilly coastal Victoria. Looking forward to that. My brother Xavier graduated from Cerberus, I know, over a quarter of a century ago now. But I look forward to the opportunity to talk to those naval recruits, become sailors, and talking to them and from them, recruits who will become sailors tomorrow morning, right through to talking to Admiral Johnson at the Australian War Memorial this morning, the Chief of the Defence Force, learning more of them about how our ADF is positioned to take on the challenges that we ask them to take on. Serving is the greatest purpose one can have in life, in my view. You're serving the family, serving the community, serving the nation. And we want Australians to be attracted to serving our nation in the Australian Defence Force, in our national intelligence organisations, in our Australian Border Force, and for that matter with our first responders, anywhere where there is a need for good people to serve the common good. We're also, I am also always talking to families so that they understand that we push for and eventually there was a Royal Commission, which is the subject of this morning's speech, but the cultural deficiencies that were there that led to unnecessary and unavoidable suffering by members of the ADF and veteran community are being addressed. So it is with confidence that I say to families that you can be sure that the ADF of now, of today and of the future is much more about supporting the individual to be a team member, to complete the mission, but also to be set up also for a happy and successful life. And that is my main message to family members and to those thinking about serving in our Australian Defence Force. Why we needed a Royal Commission and why we fought for it so hard and now getting after those recommendations is that anyone who serves up in the ADF should know that their nation will do everything they can to provide the conditions for success, but the support that is only fit and proper from a grateful nation. It's our nation's duty to empower and support the mental health and well-being of our defence and our veteran and families community, and to look after them, as so many others have said. And I acknowledge all those who have contributed to this debate. There was an interim report to the Royal Commission in 2022 containing recommendations, and we started getting after those recommendations when we came to government. There was a backlog at DVA that we've acted to fix. We've legislated around the overhauling of complex systems and also harmonised legislation. It's really important that, and we're at a year now since the Royal Commission was handed down, 7 volumes with 122 recommendations. Really important that we continue to have a sense of urgency in the implementation of those recommendations, and we have obviously implemented or established an implementation task force within PM&C, and at the beginning of August, 9 recommendations had already been fully implemented, and there are a further 110 underway. The establishment of an oversight body is important. The new Defence and Veterans Service Commission will be up and running by the end of September. So it will provide, as I'm sure many others have mentioned, oversight and evidence-based advice to drive systematic reform to improve suicide prevention and wellbeing outcomes for the defence and veterans community. And we are currently recruiting for the inaugural Defence and Veterans Service Commissioner through a merit-based recruitment process. The Commissioner will have significant independent investigation powers into veteran supports and progress of implementation of the recommendations from the Royal Commission, and that is important. Today we have released the Defence and Veterans Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy. That is important as well, and we're doing everything we can, as we should.
I thank the member for Solomon and call the member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As we approach World Suicide Prevention Day next week, it's important to reflect on what we have learnt from the recent Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide and the progress we as a government have made. On 8th of July 2021, the Australian Government established the Royal Commission. The Royal Commission's inquiry, which concluded on 28 August last year, examined systemic issues and common themes in past deaths by suicide of Australian Defence Force members and veterans. Importantly, this included suspected suicides and lived experience of suicide risks. The Royal Commission delivered its interim report on the 11th of August 2022, and the final report was delivered in September last year. Deputy Speaker, I thank sincerely those serving and ex-serving personnel and their families who bravely shared their stories with the Royal Commission. Anyone who has read the report has encountered heartbreaking and devastating stories of anguish and loss. Deputy Speaker, I say to those who spoke up, your courage and your commitment has provided us all with an opportunity to learn and strengthen how we as the federal government approach mental health and welfare of those current serving members, our veterans, and as importantly, their families. Last year, the Albanese government released the Defence and Veteran Family Wellbeing Strategy, the Family Strategy. This delivers on Labor's commitment to identify ways to better support the families of defence personnel and veterans, and will further assist in responding to the Royal Commission. Delivering the strategy will help families to access appropriate housing solutions, offer greater certainty around locations for Defence Force personnel and their families, and provides better support during and after transition for ADF families. I listened with great interest and, to be frank, quite a bit of pride this morning as our Minister for Veteran Affairs, the Honourable Matt Keogh, updated the House on the progress that has been made since the Royal Commission and their final report. I'm fortunate to have some unique insights into the impacts of defence life on children and families. Before running as a candidate for my electorate in Griffith and stepping into this place as a Member of Parliament, I was the CEO of the Australian Kookaburra Kids Foundation. Kookaburra Kids was founded by Diane Madden more than 20 years ago to support young people impacted by family mental illness, with the aim of empowering them to build resilience, lifelong knowledge and abilities so that they can reach their potential. Kookaburra Kids also supports the children of current serving and former serving Australian Defence Force personnel through the Defence Kids program. The Department of Veteran Affairs funds the foundation to deliver Defence Kids across Australia, and the organisation provides camps, activity days and age-appropriate mental health education, focusing on coping skills and resilience, while allowing children to bond with peers who are facing similar challenges. For Defence families, challenges can be vast. Relocation challenges, and for children making new friends, changing schools, parental absence, missing mum or dad, and sometimes dealing with the impacts of mental ill health within families, which might look like depression, anxiety, or PTSD. Through camps, activity days, and online programs, these young people find connection and community. They meet peers who understand the challenges of relocations, deployments, or having a parent affected by service. This unique program is supporting the unique needs of children from serving and ex-serving ADF families, and it has been made possible by the Australian Government. The most impactful story that I encountered in my work with the Australian Kookaburra Kids Foundation involved two little boys, not much older than 8 years old. I was at a camp where these boys were participating in a chat group, which is where mental health literacy is taught with young people. And when one of our supervisors was sharing information about different mental health conditions to raise these children's awareness, they started to speak about PTSD and what that can look like for somebody experiencing it. One of the symptoms that was shared with the young people was an aversion to and a sensitivity to loud noises. And one of the little boys was very distracted, and he was playing with little fidget toys and very much focused on something else, I thought. And another little boy spoke up and said, when my dad's home, we have to be really, really quiet. We can't make any noises. And this other little boy, who I thought wasn't paying attention, looked up, as sharp as anything, and said, "Me too." It's through those connections that children form with Kookaburra Kids and their knowledge that they gain about mental health that really empowers them to go on and understand their family dynamics and how we can break cycles of mental ill health. Our servicemen and women willingly stand ready to protect our nation, sometimes far from home, with their families adapting to frequent moves and managing, everything that comes with the deployment. They contribute so much, and families carry hidden sacrifices every day. It's only right that we stand beside these families, not just with gratitude, but with tangible, meaningful support. In my own electorate of Griffith, I see firsthand the extraordinary work being done to support our veterans and their families. The Gallipoli Medical Research Foundation is based in my electorate of Griffith, and it's leading world-class research into mental health and well-being of our veterans. I want to acknowledge the work of Miriam Kent, their fabulous CEO, and her team. Their work on PTSD, transition and long-term health impacts is giving us insights that shape policy and improve lives. I've had the privilege of visiting the foundation multiple times over the last year, once with the Deputy Prime Minister Richard Marles, and again with my colleague and good friend Luke Gosling OAM, who just addressed this place, the member for Solomon. He's a fourth-generation veteran and also Special Envoy for Defence and Veterans. Each visit to the Gallipoli Centre has been a reminder of the commitment and compassion that drives their work. And this year it was my great honour to commemorate Anzac Day at a very wet dawn service at the Gallipoli Medical Research Foundation. And the service reinforced just how deeply their research is connected to the stories, the service and the sacrifice of our defence community. I also want to pay tribute to Legacy Brisbane, headquartered in South Brisbane in my electorate. Legacy Brisbane supports almost 4,000 family members of fallen and injured veterans across South East Central and Western Queensland. They work to make a tangible difference to children, to partners and to ageing parents, ensuring that no one's left behind. And I especially want to thank Legacy Brisbane CEO, Brendan Cox, and his whole team for their tireless service and also their relentless advocacy. The compassion, respect and practical support that they provide is extraordinary. Deputy Speaker, we know there is so much more work to do. Too many families still struggle to access timely, appropriate support, but we are making progress. Veterans' claims are being processed faster. More people are choosing to stay in the ADF for longer, and our Veterans and Families hubs are expanding so that support is closer to home. The Royal Commission tasked us with nothing less than a once-in-a-generation reform, and that is exactly what we are delivering. As the Minister outlined this morning, we are not limiting ourselves to just the work of the Royal Commission. We are already seeing more people choose to stay longer as a result. We have expanded our Veteran and Families hubs so people can access their support close to home. And we're working hard to ensure we achieve the most comprehensive reforms to the systems, processes and culture to support defence personnel and veterans and families ever undertaken in Australia. Implementing these reforms from the Royal Commission are vital to ensuring that defence personnel, veterans and also families receive vital care, services and support. Deputy Speaker, I stand here not just as a parliamentarian, but as someone who has walked alongside families in this space in my career prior to coming to this place. I have found it an enormous honour in my career to have been able to work with those families, to work with those children and their parents and see everything that they give up to support our country, and it is right that we support them in return. I know the difference that that support can make, and I have also seen firsthand the cost when it is absent. Our task is clear: to serve those who serve, to honour those who sacrifice, and to ensure that no family ever feels alone. Together, with the voices of lived experience guiding us, we will continue this vitally important work for our defence personnel, for veterans and for their families, because, as our Minister said this morning, it is not just what they need, it is what they deserve.
Thank you. I thank the member and call the member for Kingsford Smith.
Thanks, Speaker. On the one-year anniversary of the Royal Commission in Defence and Veteran Suicide's final report, I wish to pay tribute to the families of those who lost their lives in the service of our nation and as veterans for their commitment to putting on the agenda the plight of those who served our nation and unfortunately took their own lives. And those that campaigned for the Royal Commission, they deserve our recognition today. And of course, we remember all of those who have passed and we think about their loved ones. There's an expectation from the Australian community with our Defence Force members and veterans that we look after them. But for too long, that wasn't the reality. We were tasked by the Royal Commission with effecting once-in-a-generation cultural change and reform. And our government has been working at pace to implement the Royal Commission's recommendations that will ensure the most comprehensive reforms to the systems, processes and culture to support Defence Force personnel, veterans and families ever undertaken in Australia. We're doing this not only because it's the right thing to do, but because our Defence Force personnel and veterans who risk their lives in the defence of our nation deserve better. It's also a crucial component of building a Defence Force that people want to join, want to serve in and want to stay in. We've already legislated for the Defence and Veterans Service Commission, an independent oversight body that the Royal Commission deemed their most important recommendation. That will be formally up and running later this month. Where changes were able to be made immediately, we've done so. Our priority is to improve the well-being of our people from the day they sign up to the long after they've hung up their uniform for the last time. We want to strengthen suicide prevention and drive better outcomes for current and former serving personnel, making sure we're supporting them in ways they not only need but deserve. And I'd like to outline some of the outstanding work that's been done by Open Arms, the Veterans and Families Counselling Service. And also point out that people can contact Open Arms at any stage if they're struggling and need support. Our veterans sacrifice much in the service of their country and they put their lives on the line to protect the rest of us. and I want to thank Open Arms and their staff for their unwavering support to veterans and their families. Specialist staff people are trained to provide military-aware and trauma-informed care at Open Arms, and many Open Arms staff are veterans themselves or from veterans' families. Open Arms was established by the Vietnam veterans as the Vietnam Veterans Counselling Service, and that conflict was a lengthy conflict, a contentious one, and many of those who returned to Australia from Vietnam struggled. From that experience, a dedicated group of Vietnam veterans banded together to lobby for a dedicated support service that's now grown into Open Arms and is doing fantastic work. And since 1982, Open Arms has provided millions of free mental health sessions for more than 300,000 veterans and their families. I also want to congratulate the family advocate that works in the Defence Force as well. We recently appointed Annabelle Wilson as the Veteran Family Advocate Commissioner for 5 years. This is an important role. Ms Wilson is both the widow of a veteran and a respected champion for the veteran community, recognised for her empathy, drive and evidence-based approach. The job of the Veteran Family Advocate Commissioner is a vital one, which continues to implement the recommendations of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. The Commissioner is tasked with giving voice to veterans and their families, providing strategic policy advice and fostering cooperation between government agencies and the veteran community. The Veteran Family Advocate Commissioner is a member of both the Repatriation and Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Commission, which oversee and administer the veteran and family entitlement schemes. I want to pay tribute to the former Veteran Family Advocate Commissioner, Gwen Chern. I want to thank Ms Chern for her steadfast determination and work on behalf of veterans. When I was the Assistant Defence Minister, I worked very closely with Ms Chern. She's a person who has a deep understanding of the plight of families that have been racked by suicide from Defence Force members, given that her own husband unfortunately took his life in the wake of his service. But Gwen has made sure that she devoted her life to assisting those veterans and their families cope with service and ensure that they get the best support and medical health services that they deserve and require. And I want to thank Gwen for her steadfast commitment to veterans and their families throughout this country and her sterling job in that role. Earlier this year, the government reappointed Khalil Fagan as Australia's Repatriation Commissioner for another 5 years. And Khalil is also someone that I work very closely with as the Assistant Defence Minister. Since his appointment in 2023, he's lent his voice to fellow veterans, ensuring they're heard on issues that matter to them. And in that role, Khalil, as the Repatriation Commissioner, working with the RSL, has established a Middle East Area of Operations scoping study to look at the impact of service in the Middle East since 2002 on our veterans and their families. For each major conflict that Australia has been involved in, there has been some form of study or investigation into the effects that service has had on veterans and their families. We did it after World War II, we did it after Vietnam, and it is right time that again we do this to ensure that government is responsive and that the Defence Force and veteran support organisations are responsive to the needs of veterans that served in the Middle East since 2002. I think it's important to point out, Speaker, that the needs of veterans change through the generations. The needs of Vietnam veterans will be much different to the needs of this generation, and that is the purpose of this scoping study, to make sure that we understand what those needs are and we can deal with them into the future. As Repatriation Commissioner, Khalil will continue and engage with and advocate for veterans to ensure that they receive those high-quality services from the Department of Veterans Affairs. I also want to thank and highlight the unbelievable advocacy of Julianne Finney, whose 38-year-old son, Royal Australian Navy Petty Officer David Finney, died by suicide in 2019. Ms Finney played a crucial role in the establishment of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veterans Suicide. She campaigned day in, day out, hour after hour, to ensure that her son's service and memory meant something and that our government responded. She also shared her deeply personal story when the Royal Commission's public hearings opened in May 2023. And in my previous role as Assistant Minister, I worked quite closely with Ms Finney, and I pay tribute to her again for her advocacy. She is a wonderful Australian and she deserves our praise. The Royal Commission's task for us as a government is no small feat, but we have no doubt that delivery of this task is vitally important and will ensure the most comprehensive set of reforms to the systems, to the culture and the processes of the Defence Force and our veterans support organisations. Implementing these reforms from the Royal Commission is a priority for our government and will ensure that our Defence Force personnel, their veterans and their families get the service and the support that they deserve for serving our nation.
I thank the member for Kingsford Smith and call the member for Whitlam.
Thank you. Speaker, I have a strong personal interest in this issue. My maternal grandfather fought in the Borneo campaign towards the end of World War II, an operation conducted to liberate British North Borneo, as it was then called, from occupation by Japanese forces. My great-uncle also served in World War II, including as part of the Kokoda campaign fought in Papua New Guinea. For both these men, particularly for my grandfather, the scars left by those experiences affected them and our broader families for the rest of their lives. Tragically, the pain and anguish my relatives suffered, mostly in silence, after they returned home, was similar to the internal battles faced by so many other veterans. In more recent times, we have recognised that we have a duty to support the mental health and wellbeing of our defence and veteran community. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide was established in 2021, and I would like to note the substantial contribution of Senator Lambie, who joined with us to secure its establishment. The Royal Commission heard from thousands of current and former Defence members and families, and importantly, this included the families of those who were not there to speak for themselves. These stories were frequently heartbreaking. It was clear that systems were broken and not enough was being done to support our personnel both during and after their service. The Royal Commission released an interim report in August 2022, and this contained a list of urgent recommendations. I'm pleased to say that the Labor government acted on all of them. We have cleared the unallocated compensation claims backlog, which included 41,000 cases that had been waiting to be actioned. We have ensured that new claims are now being looked at by someone in the Department of Veterans Affairs within 14 days of being submitted. We are making good progress speeding up the system, with new liability claims under the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act of 2004 being processed in around 100 days. We engaged with a range of stakeholders, and after hundreds of discussions, we were able to pass the Veterans Entitlements Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Act in February this year. This legislation simplifies the complex veteran compensation system that too often causes confusion and frustration, and was identified by the Royal Commission as a contributor to suicidality amongst veterans. The new legislation means that all veterans' claims will be assessed for compensation and rehabilitation under a single piece of legislation that will be simpler to use and faster to process. In September last year, the Royal Commission released its final report with 122 recommendations. Within 3 months, the Albanese Labor government agreed in principle to 104 of those recommendations, and we are committed to conduct further work on the other recommendations. In December 2024, we established the Royal Commission Implementation Task Force to oversee the development of comprehensive and considered advice on implementing the response to the Royal Commission. Significantly, this task force sits within the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. The Royal Commission recommended that the most significant action the government could take to address defence and veteran suicide was to establish a new statutory oversight body with a dedicated and sustained focus on suicide prevention. We have taken action to establish this as a priority. The new Defence and Veterans Service Commission will be up and running by the end of this month. It will provide independent oversight and evidence-based advice to drive system reform to improve suicide prevention and wellbeing outcomes for the defence and veteran community. In addition, this government has announced $44.5 million in funding over 4 years for the Defence and Veterans Service Commission, and we are currently recruiting the inaugural Defence and Veterans Service Commissioner. The Commissioner will have a significant independent investigative powers into veteran supports and progress on implementation of the Royal Commission's recommendations. This appointment will drive systemic change and champion the wellbeing of serving and ex-serving ADF members across government and the ex-service community. We will also introduce standalone legislation for the Defence and Veterans Service Commission to ensure its independence and enhance oversight of its implementation. The Royal Commission identified a need for a holistic approach to wellbeing when supporting defence personnel, veterans and families. Today we have released the Defence and Veteran Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy. The Department of Veterans Affairs and Department of Defence have been working together since 2023 to develop this strategy, together with the Mental Health and Wellbeing Action Plan and the Suicide Prevention Action Plan. The strategy complements the Defence and Veteran Family Wellbeing Strategy 2025-2030 and the Veteran Transition Strategy. These are all key foundational documents for the new Wellbeing Agency. In addition to early intervention and comprehensive care, it prioritises wellbeing from the day a person signs up for our Defence Forces until well after they've hung up their uniform. This strategy unites Defence and the Department of Veterans Affairs to foster a culture of proactive wellbeing and mental health care. I note that we've provided $4.5 million to the Department of Veterans Affairs to commence a co-design and consultation process with the veteran community on both the Wellbeing Agency and an ex-service organisation peak body. A national roadshow has been held throughout this year and more than 600 people have been consulted. We are now working to finalise the Wellbeing Agency operating model so that it can be established by the middle of next year. Another important initiative being pursued by the Department of Defence includes a range of preventative measures to minimise exposure to activities with a link to brain injury. Defence is working closely with the Department of Veterans Affairs to establish a brain injury program to improve prevention, early detection and treatment pathways for current and former ADF members with neurocognitive issues. Speaker, the Royal Commission highlighted disturbing failures in the treatment of women across defence and veteran systems. These failures need to be acknowledged with honesty and addressed with urgency. The Albanese government is committed to addressing these failures through the development of the Women's Veteran Strategy, a comprehensive plan to ensure both current and former serving personnel are valued and properly supported at every stage of their service and transition to civilian life. This strategy will address either directly or indirectly to implement 52 Royal Commission recommendations and is being shaped by the voices of women who have served. It will address core areas such as healthcare, mental health, financial security, housing and family support, all through a gender-informed lens. I note that Recommendation 15 has been implemented through an updated central policy on sexual misconduct, which now provides clearer and more consistent guidance for commanders and managers. It outlines when to engage the Joint Military Police Unit, how to determine whether conduct may constitute a criminal offence, and introduces structured return-to-work protocols for those who may be impacted by misconduct. Defence is also reviewing and updating key frameworks, including the Defence Complaints and Resolutions Manual, to ensure that definitions of sexual offences and reporting pathways are clearly articulated and in line with equivalent civilian provisions. Importantly, ADF Prosecution Council are now required to invite victim impact statements to be considered by a service tribunal during sentencing, aligning military practice with long-standing procedures in the civilian courts. In November last year, the Chief of the Defence Force issued a directive that commanders and managers must now consider suspension from duty and involuntary separation of members alleged to have engaged in serious misconduct, including sexual offences, sexual harassment, intimate image abuse and stalking. Overall, these reforms send a clear message that sexual misconduct has no place in our Defence Force. There must be a culture that does not tolerate abuse, that acts decisively when harm occurs, and that places the dignity and safety of all members at the centre of our actions. Speaker, 1 year after the final report was released, we've made good progress, but we are fully aware there is more important work to do. We wanted to deliver the most comprehensive reforms ever undertaken in Australia to reform the systems, processes and culture to support defence personnel and veterans and their families. The Albanese Labor government will continue to act on the Royal Commission's recommendations as quickly as we can. Thank you, Speaker.
I thank the member for Whitlam and I call the member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise briefly today to make a contribution on this matter. And I wanted to firstly pay tribute to the contributions that have been made on both sides of the chamber on this issue. It's one that I think has been taken extremely seriously by all sides of politics, and there is a genuine and deep recognition of the issues that needed to be resolved. I rise particularly to pay tribute to some local residents that I've got to know very well, John and Robin Halloran. John and Robin lost their son, Tom, who had served our nation, and there was an enormous amount of pain for them and for Tom's sister Annie in his loss. The family first came to my attention when the local RSL at Runaway Bay approached me in my capacity as the local councillor to put a small plaque in memorial of Tom at our cenotaph at Runaway Bay. And I was moved at the time by the story, but by the family's efforts to not have lost Tom in vain. And I supported that small gesture, and within a very short period of time, Anzac Day rolled around and John and Robin and Annie were there. And in that moment, the realisation of their pain hit me quite deeply, and I was extremely proud to have played some part in ensuring that Tom's loss was never going to be without a lasting legacy. And to John, to Robin, to Annie, I wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you to you, because you have gone and turned your pain into a positive message that we can use as a nation to redirect what happens in the future. And this Royal Commission has played a role in ensuring that the legacy that Tom and you as a family has put forward will not be lost and will not be in vain. So thank you so much.
I thank the member. There being no further statements on significant matters, I call the clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day. A bill for an act to appropriate money out of the Consolidated Revenue Fund for the ordinary annual services of the government and for related purposes. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
Before the debate is resumed on the bill, I advise the Federation Chamber that in the House it has been agreed that a general debate will be allowed covering this bill, the Appropriation Bill number 2, 2025-2026, and the Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill number 1, 2025-2026. The question is that the bill now be read a second time, and I call the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of the package of appropriations bills. Deputy Speaker, budget management is one of the most fundamental responsibilities of government. It's about ensuring the resources and the wealth of this nation and its people are managed well. It's about ensuring that the services that Australians rely on and expect and deserve are funded and delivered. It's about protecting our people and our nation whether from the global challenge of climate change or from other threats in an increasingly uncertain world. But most importantly, budget management is about priorities. The priorities that reflect the values and choices of the Australian people when they cast their vote. Since coming to government in 2022, this government has delivered meaningful reform and real progress for our nation. We are a government that acts. Whether it's action on climate change after a decade of denial and delay, whether it's the introduction of the National Anti-Corruption Commission that is restoring accountability and integrity into public life, whether it's more affordable early childhood education, cheaper medicines or cheaper home batteries, whether it's the ambition to build 1.2 million new homes and helping young Australians achieve the dream of home ownership, or whether it's cutting student debt or the introduction of fee-free TAFE and paid prac placements. At every step, the Albanese Labor government has been guided by the core Labor values of fairness, opportunity and support for those who need it most. And we have delivered these reforms while maintaining strong fiscal discipline under the leadership of the Treasurer and Minister for Finance. Deputy Speaker, last term we delivered the largest nominal budget improvement in a single parliamentary term. We delivered the first back-to-back budget surpluses in nearly 2 decades. Because for all the bluff and bluster about surpluses from those opposite, when they were in government, it took Labor to actually deliver one. That is the harsh reality for those opposite. This is responsible economic management in action, and it is what we are continuing to deliver in this second term in government. When Australians went to the polls, they voted for a government that would tackle the big challenges, invest in the services they rely on, and build a stronger, fairer future. These appropriations bills reflect that choice. They give effect to the commitments we took to the people, commitments we are proud to deliver. Commitments to reduce the cost of living and fight inflation, including more relief on energy bills, tax cuts for every Australian taxpayer, cheaper medicines and a 20% cut to student debt. We are strengthening Medicare, including funding so that by 2030, 9 out of 10 GP visits will be bulk billed, a huge issue in my community. More investment into our public hospitals, more urgent care clinics with 137 right across the nation, including a new one right here in Canberra. More doctors and nurses in the system, and lower costs, more choice and more accessible healthcare for women. We're also making it easier to buy and rent a home. We're building more homes faster, using modern construction methods and expanding the Help to Buy scheme. We're providing up to $10,000 for apprentices in housing construction to ensure we have the tradies we need to build the homes Australians need. We're expanding the 5% deposit scheme to all first home buyers so that the most insurmountable burden of saving for a deposit is less of a hurdle. And we've invested $43 billion in our Homes for Australia plan as we work towards our 1.2 million new homes by 2030. We're fast-tracking the approvals of 26,000 homes that have stagnated, and we're freezing changes to the construction code so that builders can get on with the job of building. Alongside the Housing Australia Future Fund, Build to Rent, our shared equity scheme and other initiatives, this government is by far the most ambitious when it comes to housing policy in a generation. On education, we're investing at every stage. We're guaranteeing access to at least 3 days a week of subsidised early childhood education and care. We're fully funding every public school. We've made free TAFE permanent, and we're delivering reform to the universities sector through the Universities Accord. We're building a stronger, more resilient economy through our new national competition policy, through our Future Made in Australia plan supporting green metals production and clean energy manufacturing, and through expanded funding for the Clean Energy Finance Corporation. I also want to talk about some of the commitments we made at the election specifically for the people of Canberra. Perhaps our flagship announcement at our campaign launch was game-changing for our city, Deputy Speaker. Labor announced a $200 million investment to greenlight a new National Convention and Entertainment Precinct and a new aquatic centre in Commonwealth Park. And this is something that I have advocated for the whole time I have been in Parliament, because this new convention centre will be befitting of a national capital. It's so important that our city can be hosting the sort of events that we need to be playing our part on the world stage, and this will be a game changer for our local economy as well. The joint project with the ACT government will create jobs, boost our local economy and give Canberra the modern facilities a national capital deserves. It will deliver a new convention and entertainment precinct capable of hosting major summits, conferences and events befitting of a national capital, as well as a new aquatic centre to replace the ageing civic pool. This investment is about building Canberra's future, supporting local business, tourism and hospitality, and ensuring our city has the infrastructure it needs to grow. And it shows the difference a federal Labor government makes when it works hand in hand with an ACT Labor government to deliver for Canberra. A government that's not ashamed of our national capital and that doesn't engage in cheap political point scoring as the former opposition leader did with his attacks on the public service, which clearly backfired in the last election. We are also backing our local sporting community with $1.5 million for Hockey ACT to upgrade and replace the ageing Carter Field at the National Hockey Centre in Lyneham. Another thing that I was very proud to advocate for my community and very pleased that we can deliver. The Carter Field is Canberra's premier hockey pitch, home to the Canberra Chill and the large Canberra hockey community. Everyone that plays hockey in Canberra plays at the Lyneham Fields. But after 9 seasons, the playing surface has deteriorated, posing safety risks to players and falling below international standards. I was very proud to run a petition which saw over 1,000 Canberra hockey players and fans show their support for an upgrade to our hockey centre. With this strong community support, I was pleased to secure a commitment from the government. Our commitment will deliver a full pitch replacement, including a new international Category 1 surface, which is the same as what was used at the Paris Olympics. This investment will upgrade irrigation, fencing and other essential infrastructure. The new surface will also reduce water consumption by 45% and will support over 10,000 community fixtures and training sessions over the next decade. Our commitment secures the future of hockey in Canberra, ensuring players at all levels from juniors through to elite athletes have access to a world-class facility. Our government recognises the specific challenges Canberrans face when seeing a GP. Our city has some of the lowest bulk billing rates in the country, and Canberrans pay some of the highest GP fees. It's simply not good enough, which is why, on top of our national commitment to make 9 in 10 GP appointments free by 2030, we're investing $14.3 million to directly boost bulk billing GP rates in Canberra. This funding will go towards funding 3 new fully bulk billed GP practices across the city and will guarantee the ongoing operation of the Interchange Health Co-op in Tuggeranong. We're also delivering new training initiatives, including the first metropolitan trial of the single employer model to attract more GPs to Canberra and keep them here. This is game-changing investment for our city. It will mean more choice, better access and more affordable healthcare for Canberra families. And Labor has also committed to delivering a new Medicare urgent care clinic in Woden, which is much needed. This clinic will be open 7 days a week over extended hours with no appointment needed, and every patient will be fully bulk billed. It will provide urgent medical care close to home without the stress of going to the emergency department, and the Woden Clinic will take pressure off Canberra Hospital and make sure families in Woden and across the city can see a doctor when it really matters. It builds on 5 existing nurse-led walk-in clinics already operating in the ACT, which have seen more than 236,000 presentations since opening. And it shows once again the difference a Labor government makes when it invests in the health of our community. We're also investing an extra $10 million into respite services here in Canberra to ensure that people who need a bed in a respite centre can get one, because the health and wellbeing of Canberrans matters to our government. Deputy Speaker, we are also helping Canberrans electrify their homes and reduce energy bills through the Albanese government's suburb-wide electrification programs. Building on the success of early pilots like Electrify 2515, we are expanding this approach here in Canberra, working with communities such as Girralang in my electorate to help households transition from gas to electric heating, cooking and hot water. These programs provide funding support, expert guidance and practical solutions to make upgrades easier and more affordable for families. Early results from similar pilots have been very encouraging. Households have cut energy use, lowered bills by thousands of dollars a year and reduced emissions, all while improving comfort and efficiency. By bringing this program to Canberra, we are giving residents choice, saving families money and building the renewable energy infrastructure that will power our city into the future. We're also contributing $5 million for Stage 2 of the Garden City Cycleway through the Inner North. Stage 1 has been an absolutely massive success and I'm looking forward to seeing the cycleway extend to Watson. I was thrilled to join the Minister for Infrastructure, the Chief Minister and the ACT Transport Minister to turn the sod of Light Rail Stage 2A to Commonwealth Park as well. A great example of our two governments working together. Deputy Speaker, the government is also investing in the roads infrastructure that Canberrans need. We're providing $53.5 million to support key projects, including completing Stage 1 of the Monero Highway upgrade, planning for Stage 2 and finishing the duplication of Gundaroo Drive. These upgrades will improve safety, ease congestion and make daily commutes faster and smoother for Canberra residents on these key arterial roads. The Albanese government is backing Canberra's local defence industry too and building Australia's future through this. It was great to join Defence Minister Richard Marles and the Defence Industry Minister Pat Conroy in the last term to announce $272 million investment in CEA technologies in Fishwick, supporting 720 local Canberra jobs and delivering 14 world-class active phased array radars to the Australian Army's long-range fires capability. CEA is a Canberra success story, producing cutting-edge radar technology that strengthens our Defence Force and is exported globally. This project highlights how the Albanese government is creating high-tech, Australian-made solutions while boosting local employment and capability. It was wonderful to tour this facility and hear about the Canberra history of this major employer in our city and the fact that they are, again, a great example of Canberra punching above our weight when it comes to innovation and incredible capability in our city that is exported to the world. Many in Canberra who commute through or around State Circle would also know that our government is building a brand new national security precinct in Barton, which will employ around 10,000 people. The multiplier effect will be major with this project, providing a huge economic boost to our city. And just this week, we're one step closer to setting up Australia's Centre for Disease Control, which will be headquartered right here in Canberra, something that myself and the other Labor representatives, member for Fenner, Bean and Senator Gallagher, were very keen to see happen. The Minister for Health introduced his legislation to establish the agency, which will deliver on our $251.7 million to set up the CDC with an ongoing annual funding of $73.3 million from 2028. Deputy Speaker, these bills deliver for Canberra and they deliver for Australia. They are about keeping faith with the Australian people, delivering on the commitments we have made, strengthening the services that Australians rely on, and building a stronger, fairer future for our economy. They reflect the values of this Labor government: fairness, opportunity and responsibility. I commend them to the House.
I thank the member. The question is that the bill now be read a second time. I call the member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today in strong support of this appropriations bill because in its heart is the fairness, opportunity and building a future that works for every Australian. Appropriations may sound technical. It did to me when I first heard it. But what we are really talking about today is the way this government chooses to invest in people, in communities and in the shared future of our nation. These decisions shape whether students can afford to study, whether families can buy their first home, whether communities can celebrate their culture and whether our children can look to a future with hope. And I think that nowhere is this more evident than in the electorate of Melbourne. a community rich in history, in diversity, in creativity and in aspiration. Any investment in Melbourne is an investment into one of the beating hearts of Australia. Speaker, while the appropriations legislation itself is about allocating the funding that keeps government services running, I also want to highlight one of the biggest changes, easing the pressure on students and graduates through HECS. This reform will have one of the biggest impacts on people in my electorate, giving them more breathing space and helping them plan for their future. Melbourne is home to some of the largest concentrations of students in the country. We have the University of Melbourne, RMIT, Victoria University, ACU, and countless TAFEs, other university campuses and training institutions. Every year, tens of thousands of students come here to learn, to innovate, to prepare for the future, but for too long, those students have been saddled with debt that weighed them down before they even had a chance to stand on their own feet. This government has listened and has acted. The Albanese Labor government has cut HECS debt by 20% across the board. That is an average saving of over $5,000 per student. And in Melbourne, where so many young people carry this debt, it is life-changing. We are also lifting the repayment threshold so that graduates will not begin paying their debt until they earn above $67,000. That means young teachers, nurses, hospitality workers and creative professionals in Melbourne can focus on starting their careers, saving for a home and building their lives without the immediate pressure of a repayment system that bites too soon. And this is not just a theory. It's about the young woman in Carlton who told me she put off applying for a postgraduate degree because her HECS debt was crushing her. It's about the young graduate in Docklands who said they were paying more on their HECS each month than their groceries. It's about the single mum in Abbotsford going back to study teaching, who will now have more time to stabilise her income before repayments begin. Speaker, this measure recognises that education is an investment, not a burden. It recognises that the future prosperity of this country depends on giving young people the best possible start. And it recognises that Melbourne, as a hub of universities, TAFEs and innovation, will feel these benefits most strongly. Of course, Speaker, helping young people into a secure future is not just about education, it's also about housing. Something that I heard from voters right across the electorate, and for too many in Melbourne, they told me that the dream of home ownership feels out of reach. We all know the story. Housing prices rising faster than wages, young families locked in rental stress, unable to break into the market. And in the electorate like Melbourne, where demand is high and affordability is stretched, this has been one of the most pressing concerns I heard from my constituents. That is why I am proud that this government delivers on Labor's strong commitments to first home buyers. Of course, these measures do not sit inside the appropriations bill itself, but they are central to the economic and social impact of the appropriations bill. And they show how this government is focused on the cost of living pressures that matter most. We are expanding the First Home Buyers Grant so that more buyers can purchase a property with as little as 5% deposit, without the added burden of lenders' mortgage insurance. That is tens of thousands of dollars saved up front, making the difference between years of waiting and actually owning a home. And importantly, that is backed up with Labor's commitment to build 100,000 new homes for first home buyers. This is not just about numbers, it's about making sure that homes are available for people to live in. Speaker, in Melbourne, I hear from constituents who are desperate for this help. I think of a young couple in Fitzroy who came to me. They are both working hard and doing everything right. They are saving every cent they can for a deposit for their first home, but at the same time they are paying high rent to keep a roof over their heads. The single parent in Collingwood working 2 jobs but still unable to get a foothold in the market is not a one-off example. It is a story I hear all too often. I hear examples of someone who gets up before dawn to go to a cleaning shift, then rushes across the city to put hours behind the counter, or workers doing shifts in offices, then in hospitality, only to return home late at night exhausted, barely able to spend time with their children before they need to go to bed. These are parents who work hard so their kids will not go without, who take an extra shift to cover school expenses, and while they are doing all of that, they are still expected to find the time to help with homework, show up for sports days, and keep the family together under pressure that most of us would find overwhelming. When you are saving for a house deposit, every week can be a balancing act. After rent, after groceries, after petrol, there can be very little left. This is not about a lack of aspiration or a lack of discipline. It's about a system that has been stacked against ordinary people who are simply trying to give themselves and their children a better life. Alongside that is another story, the graduate in Carlton who until recently believed that owning a home was a dream reserved for others. This is someone who worked hard at university, took on casual jobs to pay their way, and then graduated only to be hit with high HECS debt and insecure work. For years, they resigned themselves to the idea that buying a home was out of reach, that they would always be renting, always on the move, never able to put down roots in the community they loved. This government is delivering real change in housing, and that was something that my community told me they wanted. They were loud and clear. They told me that they did not want empty words or political spin. They wanted real, practical solutions that make a difference in their lives. This is Labor acting to ensure that the next generation of Melburnians can build their lives in the city they love, close to their work, close to their families, and close to the community that gives them the strength and identity. It is about making sure that Melbourne remains a place where opportunity is possible, not just for those who already have wealth behind them, but for every young person who is willing to put in the effort. Speaker, education and housing are vital, but what makes my electorate of Melbourne truly special is its culture, its creativity, and its community spirit. And this appropriations bill recognises that. One of the highlights before the election was visiting Melbourne's Hellenic Museum with Senator Jana Stewart to announce that the Albanese Labor government's pledge of $400,000 to spend on a landmark exhibition, Rituals, Gifts for the Gods. This will bring over 100 rare artefacts from Greece to our city, many never seen before outside of Greece. For Melbourne's vibrant Greek community, the largest Greek-speaking population and the largest Greek community in a single city outside of Greece, this is about honouring heritage, deepening cultural ties and celebrating identity. We are investing in the transformation of Melbourne's arts precinct, including support for the Fox NGV Contemporary Gallery, which will become the largest gallery of contemporary art in the Southern Hemisphere. I'm so proud of the NGV in my electorate. It's not just one of Victoria's treasures, it's also one of Australia's. I enjoyed visiting the French Impressionists on loan from the Boston Museum of Fine Arts, and I'm looking forward to visiting the Vivienne Westwood and Cowaboo exhibition in December. And thanks to Albanese's government's investment announced by the Minister of Arts, more Australians will have the chance to experience the same spark of inspiration. A whole new generation will have an opportunity to fall in love with the arts just as I do every time I visit the NGV. This investment in arts and culture not only enriches Melbourne and Australia's cultural life, but brings millions of visitors and billions of economic benefit. It cements Melbourne as Australia's cultural capital. Speaker, Labor is about supporting the African Music and Cultural Festival at Federation Square, a joyful celebration of one of the fastest growing communities. Every year, this festival brings people together with music, dance and food. It showcases the contribution African Australians make to our country and gives young people from diverse backgrounds a chance to shine. By supporting this festival, Labor is investing in inclusion, in belonging and in multicultural future of Australia. Speaker, just as we invest in the arts, we also recognise sport as the culture in its own right, and the Albanese government has done exactly that. In Melbourne, we know that sport is more than just a game. It's a pathway, a community and a chance for young people to find a place in the world. That's why I'm so proud that the Albanese Labor government has supported the Play Our Own Way and is backing Melbourne Storm's Breaking Barrier initiative. Breaking Barriers is opening the doors of rugby league to women and girls in Victoria, not only as players, but as referees, coaches and leaders. Already, we have seen female participation grow by 50% last year and by a further 32% this year. 28 new female referees have been trained and 40 new female coaches are stepping forward. This is the kind of change that lasts. And it is paying off. Just this season, the first female Storm team proudly ran out in purple at Amy Park, a historic moment for our city and a glimpse of the NRLW's future we are building in Victoria. With the government's investment, Breaking Barriers is not only growing the game, it is breaking down stereotypes, creating real opportunities for women and girls in Melbourne. Speaker, when we look across these appropriation measures, the impact it has on delivering service, we see HECS relief, housing innovations, cultural investment and a clear story emerges. It is a story of a government that is listening to people. It is a story of a government that recognises the struggle young people face with debt, with housing, with cost of living pressures. And it is the story of a government that understands the importance of culture and community in making Australia a great place to live. And for my constituents in Melbourne, these commitments mean hope. Hope that education is affordable, hope that buying a home is possible, hope that heritage and creativity are valued, hope that sport, music and culture will continue to thrive. Speaker, appropriations bills are about what we choose to focus on. The focus of this government is clear. We value education because every young Australian deserves a fair start. We know that access to secure shelter is essential for human dignity. We support culture and community because they are the threads that bind us together. In my electorate of Melbourne, these investments will make a real difference. They will ease the burden of debt. They will open the door to home ownership. They will enrich our cultural life and strengthen our community spirit. That is what this bill delivers. That is why I'm proud to support it.
I thank the member. The time being 1 p.m, debate is adjourned and resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next day of sitting. And the member for Menzies is seeking the call.
I move that the Federation Chamber be now adjourned.
Is the motion seconded?
Motion seconded.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, over the past few weeks, Australians have watched in disbelief as the Australian flag, our national symbol, our shared inheritance, our unifying emblem, has been desecrated and burned in the streets at so-called peaceful rallies. These are not acts of peaceful protest, these are acts of contempt. These are acts that cut at the very fabric of who we are as a nation. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to say plainly, burning the Australian flag is not an act of free expression. It's not a part of spirited debate, it's not our democracy at work. It's a brazen insult to our history, to our people and to every man and woman who has worn the uniform, defended and died for our flag on battlefields across the globe. We tell our school children to treat the flag with respect. We teach them to stand tall during the national anthem, to recognise the flag is more than fabric. It's a story of Australia stitched together in courage and in sacrifice. Yet while we instil this respect into our children, we allow adults to torch that very flag in public, in front of cameras, without consequence. Madam Deputy Speaker, that's not freedom, that's a disgrace. Other nations, allies we admire, treat the desecration of their national symbols as serious crimes, and rightly so. Yet here in Australia, shockingly, there exists no law that directly prohibits the burning of our national flag. None. It's an appalling gap in our legal framework and one that demands correction. To those who will leap to their feet and lecture me about free speech, you must know that freedom of speech is not freedom to desecrate. As George Orwell reminded us, if liberty means anything at all, it means the right to tell people what they don't want to hear. But that doesn't allow you to trample on the very symbol of our liberty. Burning the flag is not speech, it's not dialogue, it's not even dissent, it's contempt. Therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to announce that I intend, at a forthcoming sitting, to introduce a private member's bill into the lower house. A bill that will make the burning of the Australian flag a criminal offence. The bill will impose penalties for those who wilfully desecrate our national symbol. Respect for the flag is respect for the nation, and we can't defend our own flag, then what are we defending? Madam Deputy Speaker, the Australian flag belongs to no political party, no single group, no ideology. It belongs to every single Australian, to those who were born here and those who choose to make this great nation their home. It's the emblem that unites us when so much else is around to divide us. If we allow it to be torn down, burned and mocked with impunity, then we weaken not just that symbol, but the unity it represents. The time for silence has passed. The time for excuses has passed. The time to act is now. So I say to those opposite, will you stand idly by while our national flag, the flag that binds us, the flag that's draped over the coffins of returning diggers, is reduced to ashes in our streets? Or will you stand with the Australian people and defend it? This is not about politics, or at least I hope it's not. This is about patriotism. This is about principle. It's about whether we, as the elected representatives of the Australian people, have the courage to say enough is enough. The Australian flag is not just fabric. It's the story of Gallipoli, of Kokoda, of Long Tan. It's the story of migrants who came here seeking freedom and opportunity. It's the story from our farms, our workers, our teachers, our volunteers, our factories, and how we built this nation together. Madam Speaker, I'm not going to stand by while that story is set alight by those who despise it. And I say in this place again, if you can't defend your flag, you can't defend your country. Madam Deputy Speaker, let us rise above division. Let us rise with courage and come together and support that bill and send a message loud and clear to the Australian people. The Australian flag will be defended, it will be honoured, and it will never be burned again in public without consequence.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, in November 2024, the Macquarie Dictionary, the standard reference on Australian English, awarded an honorary mention to a new term, the right to disconnect. Their definition, a law which grants employees the right to not work or be contacted about work during non-hours. And it's 1 year since Labor implemented the right to disconnect for employees of large and medium-sized businesses, and it came into effect on the 26th of August for employees of small businesses. Deputy Speaker, it is in last month and today that we celebrate the anniversary of the right to disconnect, an important milestone for working people, an important milestone for those whose labour should be recognised, an important milestone for our economy and an important milestone for Australia. It's a simple premise. If you're not being paid to work 24/7, then you shouldn't be on call 24/7. And Deputy Speaker, we have always acknowledged the importance of people's right to be paid fairly and their right to be acknowledged for the work that they do. Because, Deputy Speaker, if you are a carpenter going to a work site and you were told that you shouldn't clock in because we're not going to pay you for today, if you were a fitter and turner going to the shop floor and you were told, today we're not going to send you your cheque, we're going to just lay off this one today, you're not going to get your wage. If you were a nurse checking in at the hospital to do your shift, we would not cop you having to work without pay. But that is what has been happening to many workers across our economy in this country. Your time off should be your own. You shouldn't have to read a monitor, you shouldn't have to respond to contact unless it would be unreasonable not to. The Coalition wanted to overturn it. And what is clear about the Coalition's position when it comes to working people is that they do not believe that working people's dignity at work, that working people's right to be paid for their labour is something that's particularly important, because there is no other reason that you would vote against these important reforms. And Deputy Speaker, on the 3rd of May, Australians spoke, and they spoke loud and clear. They supported that right to disconnect, they supported that right to unplug, and for their wages to reflect the work that they do. Labor governments have been standing up for working Australians since Labor's inception, because working Australians drive our economy. Working Australians are the beating heart of making sure that the services that are provided are something that is critical to our economy continuing to grow and continuing to move forward. And we've just passed new laws to protect penalty rates. So if you're on minimum or award wages, your penalty rates are here to stay, and your penalty rates are protected. Labor has consistently supported minimum wage increases at every annual wage review since May 2022. And minimum wages increased from the 1st of July by 3.5%. Direct cost of living support for 3 million workers, including cleaners, including retail workers, including early childhood educators. Deputy Speaker, annual real wages have grown for 18 months in a row under Labor. Under the former government, wages fell for 5 quarters leading up to the 2022 election. And it doesn't end there. Same job, same pay. We have delivered pay increases for workers across the country. Insured labour hire workers are not paid less than permanent employees when they are doing the same job. Because if you are working next to a co-worker doing exactly the same thing, you should not be paid differently. It's about fairness in work, it's about supporting working Australians, and it's about making sure that everyone has dignity in the workplace. Deputy Speaker, Labor will always stand up for the importance of helping Australians to improve their work-life balance, because we believe that not only should you be fairly compensated for your work, we believe that family is a really important part of our community. More than 1 million jobs were created during the government's first term, and that's a record for a parliamentary term. And thanks to Labor, workers in these jobs will be paid fairly, keep their penalty rates, and when they clock off for the night, their time is their own.
I thank the member. The question is, that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Earlier this week, I met an Israeli hostage who endured horrors whilst being held captive by Hamas. Eli Sharabi, a husband and father, sat before us to recount the horrific murder of his wife and his 2 teenage daughters as he was captured and held hostage for 491 days by the listed terrorist organisation Hamas. During this time, Eli and other hostages were starved while Hamas seized the aid meant to keep captives and civilians alive. His kibbutz lost over 100 people in a single day. He was released on the 8th of February this year, only because he was over the age of 50. Many of his friends remain underground. He said something none of us will forget. "I can't let myself cry all day. I don't think I have that privilege." That testimony should sober every member of this House. Instead, the Albanese government has sprinted towards recognition of a Palestinian state outside a genuine peace process, while hostages remain in tunnels and while a listed terrorist organisation still wields power and steals aid. This is reckless recognition, symbolism over statecraft. It signals to the world that terror and intransigence can be traded for diplomatic rewards. When terrorists cheer your foreign policy, a responsible Prime Minister would hit the brakes. Those opposite have slammed their foot on the accelerator. The Coalition's position is simple and principled. We want the hostages released, Gazans fed, and the war ended. We will not recognise a Palestinian state while hostages are still being held. We will not recognise a state governed, formally or informally, by Hamas. We will not recognise a state that hasn't arisen from a credible two-state process with enforceable security arrangements. And we will not recognise a state that refuses to live in peace with Israel. That is not hardline. That is the minimal foundation for a durable peace. Those opposite say recognition of a Palestinian state will leave no room for Hamas. How? What happens when Hamas refuses or when a successor militia fills the vacuum? If recognition's conditional, state the conditions and who verifies them. If it's unconditional, admit it and own the consequences. When Eli spoke with us, he described begging for scraps while Hamas consumed the aid. That is not a logistics hiccup. It is a governance reality. You don't fix a terror pipeline with a press conference in Canberra. You dismantle the pipeline before you hand out the prize of statehood. Deputy Speaker, against that grim reality abroad, there is a related and shameful reality at home. Anti-Semitism is rising in Australia. We see it in hateful graffiti on synagogues and cemeteries, in Jewish schools forced into lockdowns, in students and staff harassed on campuses, in small businesses targeted and families intimidated on public transport. Too many Jewish Australians tell us they're scared to display their faith, hiding school uniforms and thinking twice before attending community events. No Australian should have to choose between their safety and their identity. During Eli's meeting with us this week, he did not ask us for pity. He asked for leadership. He urged this Parliament to stand up, to speak plainly and to act, to call out anti-Semitism wherever it appears, to press for the release of every hostage and to ensure that aid reaches civilians rather than the terrorists who starved him. His appeal was simple: moral clarity backed by practical action. That is why tomorrow I will proudly attend the Australian Mayors Summit against anti-Semitism. Its purpose is straightforward: to tackle the rising threat of anti-Semitism in our suburbs, our streets and our schools. This summit matters because it's focused on unity, not division. Anti-Semitism, like every form of racism, threatens the safety and cohesion of all Australians. The summit will convene diverse voices, Indigenous leaders, interfaith partners, multicultural organisations, human rights advocates and civic leaders from across the political spectrum. This is not about foreign agendas. It's about Australian communities, Australian safety and Australian decency. Our constituents expect us to reject hate and strengthen inclusion, and that is exactly what this summit is designed to do. I'd like to close, Deputy Speaker, by thanking Eli for his courage, his absolute courage, in sharing his story, and let us take on his pleas to confront anti-Semitism wherever it surfaces.
Thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Since being re-elected in May, I have had the privilege of attending a wide range of events across my electorate. Each of these moments reflects the rich culture, strong community and innovative spirit that define the Illawarra. I would like to wish a very happy 90th birthday to an incredibly inspiring woman, Dr. Auntie Barbara Nicholson. Earlier this month, I had the pleasure of celebrating this milestone with Auntie Barb and many others whose lives have been touched by her extraordinary work. Auntie Barb is a proud Wadi Wadi elder whose lifelong dedication to education, storytelling and justice has left a lasting impact on the Illawarra and far beyond. She spent decades teaching at the University of Wollongong, sharing her deep knowledge of history, culture and law with generations of students. Through the Black Wallaby Project, she has empowered Aboriginal men and women in the justice system to express themselves through poetry and creative writing. This project has published over a dozen books, each filled with powerful and deeply personal work. It has earned national recognition, including a Lifetime Achievement Award for First Nations literature. Not only this, but Ebar has been a fierce campaigner for justice for First Nations Australians. She has been the driving force behind Link Up, reuniting and supporting those affected by Australia's forced removal policies. And she has shown a true commitment to tackling the overrepresentation of Indigenous Australians in the criminal justice system. In 2014, Ebar received an honorary doctorate from the University of Wollongong, and in 2024 she was named Wollongong's Citizen of the Year, the first Indigenous person to receive this honour. Despite these accolades, she always remains humble, always focused on how she can continue to uplift others. Ebar teaches us that strength comes from service, that education is a powerful tool for change, and that every story matters. A very happy 90th birthday, Ebar, and thank you for everything that you've done and continue to do for our community. I am so lucky to have the South Coast Portuguese Association in the Illawarra, who are celebrating 50 years of service to our region. For half a century, this association has brought together generations of Portuguese Australians living in the Illawarra to honour their heritage, share their culture and support one another. They have created an incredible place where traditions are passed down, language is preserved, and community truly feels like family. I was proud to arrange a signed certificate from the Prime Minister to mark this really important occasion and acknowledge the association's outstanding contribution to our region. The Portuguese community has added so much to the Illawarra's multicultural identity, from the vibrant colours of traditional clothing to the incredible food, music, dancing and stories passed down through generations. This 50-year milestone is a testament to the dedication and generosity of countless volunteers, committee members and families who have kept the Portuguese culture alive. Among them are current President George Pierre, Secretary Patricia Larangueira and former President Joe Alves, who this year completed his 27th World's Greatest Shave and has collectively raised over $338,000 for the Leukemia Foundation. To everyone involved, past and present, thank you for your dedication and contribution. Congratulations on a remarkable 50 years, and here's to many more. Right now in Coniston, a local company is turning innovation into opportunity and showing what a future made in Australia really looks like. I was proud to join the team at Gravitas Technologies in July to officially turn the first sod on their new facility right in the heart of the Illawarra. Gravitas is at the cutting edge of critical minerals processing. Their team has created an incredibly innovative material called Veloy that's built to perform in extreme heat and tough environments. It has real potential in industries like defence, aerospace and green steel. The Albanese Labor government has supported Gravitas with $1.5 million under the Industry Growth Program to build a facility that will help to build our sovereign capability, strengthen supply chains and create highly skilled local jobs. And this is what the Future Made in Australia agenda is all about: backing Australian ideas, investing in regional jobs and putting local manufacturing back on the map. I want to congratulate Sam, Charlie, Shane, Danny and the entire Gravitas team for the incredible work that they've put in to reach this point. They're building more than just a facility. They're helping to build the future of advanced manufacturing in this country.
I thank the member. The question is the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Monday I spoke about the frustration many Australians feel towards the Albanese Labor government's policy of mass migration. In 2022-23, Labor estimated net overseas migration would be 235,000. The real number was 528,000. In 2023-24, those opposite estimated 235,000. Again, the real number was significantly higher at 446,000. Despite ongoing concern about housing availability and thousands taking to the streets over the weekend, we see Labor doubling down. Labor went to the May election promising to reduce the number of international students, but last month Labor abandoned this pledge, instead committing to increase the cap by 25,000 students per year. This was all done in the name of sustainability. I struggle to see how relying on consistent increases is a model for sustainability for our universities, let alone for our environment, infrastructure, housing and hospital system. This week, the Minister for Home Affairs and Immigration also confirmed the Albanese government would not cut annual permanent migration from 185,000 per year. Now, let me be very clear. I do not seek to demonise migrants who want to come to our country and to make a positive contribution. But this country desperately needs to debate whether the migration program is working for Australians. In just 10 years, the population of my home state of Western Australia has increased from 2.5 million to 3 million people. This growth has primarily been driven by overseas migration. Now, I read yesterday that the Centre of Population has predicted WA will reach 3.5 million people over the next decade. Before we commit to another such rise, shouldn't we at least reflect on whether West Australians benefited from the last increase? Remember, Madam Deputy Speaker, bigger does not necessarily mean better. Ask our younger Australians whether they are better off, right here, right now. The average age of a first home buyer is now around the mid-30s. And as house prices increase, well, it is going to become increasingly hard to pay off a mortgage without 2 full-time incomes. Think of what this has done for family planning. It is no wonder the fertility rate sits at 1.5 births per woman, which is the lowest rate in Australia's history. This is also a compounding problem because a low fertility rate in turn just makes us even more reliant on migration going forward. Now, we know Labor won't meet their target of 1.2 million new homes being built. This was a target set, by the way, with budget projections outlining significantly smaller numbers of net overseas migration. So supply of housing, it's not keeping up, but even if it could, let's consider what type of housing would it look like. In Perth, we already have serious concerns about urban sprawl and developments encroaching on important habitats. And I asked the member for Bullwinkle about a development proposal that she doesn't agree with in her electorate, which was approved only last year by the Environment Minister. Don't projects like the North Stoneville development become inevitable with the government committed to mass migration? And if we say no to urban sprawl but continue with the policy of rapid growth, is the solution instead much greater levels of higher density housing? Again, I raise once again the issue of family planning. High density housing not always suitable for families. So why should we accept that younger generations shouldn't be able to have the same opportunities to raise a family that myself and you yourself, Madam Deputy Speaker, enjoyed? Of course, it's not just housing not keeping up, neither is our infrastructure or health system. Now, in terms of our health system, WA set a new ambulance ramping record last month at 7,074 hours. This coincides with record demand paired with the state government's failure to increase the number of beds. State government, you've got to do much better. Now, I want to refer to comments made by the member for Cowan, Minister Ali, just recently. On Monday, the minister said that those who marched on Sunday weren't protesting immigration from white Western countries. They were very clearly protesting immigration that have brown people. Well, I was very disappointed to hear the minister say those words. Labor lectures about social cohesion and division. What do we think statements like that do? So I call on Minister Ali to apologise unreservedly. For the first time, young adult Australians, their quality of life is worse.
Member's time has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak about the volunteers in Menzies, who are the lifeblood of our community. So much of what we enjoy and rely on in our neighbourhoods exists because of their generosity, their time and their commitment. From our sporting clubs and schools to community services and environmental groups. Volunteers form the backbone of civic life in Menzies. Over the past few months, I've had the privilege of visiting a number of these organisations, each of which reflects the vibrancy and diversity of our electorate. Thanks to the support of the Albanese Labor government, we have been able to assist many of these groups through the volunteer grants programs. These grants make a very real difference, giving community organisations the tools and resources they need to keep operating and recruiting volunteers. Now, Deputy Speaker, I must admit something. Although I try to do a bit of exercise and keep myself fit, I'm pretty bad at sport. This has not stopped me, however, from embarrassing myself and getting involved in our local sports community. In fact, it has been a pleasure to spend time with so many of our clubs, seeing firsthand the way volunteers make sport accessible and enjoyable for people of all ages. I was delighted to visit the Kunong Comets Basketball Club, who received a grant of $3,000. I was fortunate to visit during a training session and see firsthand the enthusiasm and fun and community amongst the players and volunteers. In Warrandyte, I had the privilege of popping down to Warrandyte Reserve and meeting with the Warrandyte Sporting Club. There I met with Warrandyte Netball Club, who received a volunteer grant of $1,000. I even tried some shooting, though I will confess, Deputy Speaker, that I had a new appreciation for the difficulty of shooting without a backboard. I missed a lot more shots than I got in. So many. But what was impressive was the volunteer coaches and players who keep the club running week after week. The Warrandyte Football Club received $3,000 and I was fortunate enough to be present for their last game before the finals. They won this match and were successful in their semi-finals matches, so I wish them luck in the upcoming final season. Go Bloods! Clubs like theirs bring families together and their success on the field keeps the community spirit alive. I also met with Warrandyte Cricket Club and I was almost roped into fielding practice as they prepare for their season. And I can assure you I would not have lasted long in the slips. Still, it was a joy to see how cricket continues to thrive locally with volunteers dedicating countless hours to training, fundraising and mentoring the next generation. Deputy Speaker, sport is only one part of the volunteer landscape in Menzies. Beyond the playing fields and courts, I also want to acknowledge the extraordinary work of our community services. CareNet provides essential support in the area of food security and access. Their volunteers are on the front line ensuring that no family goes without when times are tough. I was blown away by the scale of their operation, the enthusiasm of the volunteers and how they can do so much with so little. Last weekend, I was again at Warrandyte Sporting Club, this time to attend an event organised by some local legends, the Pink Ladies. The Pink Ladies have raised over $100,000 in the last few years with the McGrath Foundation to fight breast cancer. Last Saturday, they held a fantastic fundraiser concert to raise awareness of testicular, prostate and lung cancer. Survivors both played some music and shared some classic tunes and also shared their stories to encourage men to better look after their health and get themselves checked. Well done to the Pink Ladies. Don Care are an essential part of our community that bring a unique, local, holistic approach to providing social supports. They provide counselling, emergency relief, family violence services and social supports for seniors. Crucial to this are their volunteers, particularly in their wonderful community op shops. We should also celebrate the parents who volunteer on school councils, at fetes, on their kinder committees and at weekend sports days. Whether in primary or secondary schools or in kinders, these parents make their schools and communities stronger, their children's experiences richer and their communities more welcoming. I was also fortunate to join a local Plant a Tree Day alongside the Friends of Wurundjeri in Whitehorse and Manningham. It was a reminder that volunteers are not only building a community here, but also safeguarding the future of our environment.
Expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 12:30 p.m. on Tuesday, the 7th of October 2025.